hear us. It's 5 o'clock and we have a quorum. So I'm going to get it going. See how we do. Okay. Hi, everybody. This is Ray Pohl, Chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Can permit me to confirm that some members and persons anticipated on our agenda are present and can hear me. So right now, members, when I call your names, if you could respond in the affirmative, thank you. I have Val Oliver.
Here.
Thank you, Val. Abby Camp.
Here.
Thank you, Diane Coombs.
Here.
I have John McLaughlin. Let's see, is John muted? No, he's there, or at least he was.
Sorta.
What's that?
Sorta.
Hey, John McLaughlin, you are muted, friend. If you can hear me, I'm going to come back to you. Okay, staff, when I call your names, if you could also respond in the affirmative. I have Esmeralda Martinez.
Present.
Thank you. Terry Norton.
Present.
Thank you, Terry. Holly Backus.
Present.
That's it for now.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. It's Carrie. I'm here.
Oh, hi. Carrie
Hi.
Thornwell, everybody, for the record. Thank you, Carrie.
Sure.
Okay. Right. Good evening. This open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission is being conducted remotely pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will not feature public comment. For this meeting, the Historic District Commission is convening by video conference via Zoom app as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that the meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video. So, all right, John, there's John McLaughlin for the record. Thank you, John. Accordingly, please be aware that other people can see and hear you, and take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast can be captured by that recording. All supporting materials that have been provided members of this body are available on the town's website unless noted otherwise. The public is encouraged to follow along using the agenda unless noted otherwise. Before we get to the agenda, some ground rules for clear conduct of business and for accurate meeting minutes. The chair will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each to provide any comment, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called, and please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking, and remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify. 4 board members have spoken. The chair will afford comment to those members of the public who've joined us via Zoom. Those people who wish to speak must state their names and be acknowledged by and speak through the chair. Finally, each vote taken today will be.
Does anybody hear that?
Yeah.
Yes, I do. What is it?
It's somebody's rustling some papers near the mic.
Oh, that may have been me, huh? Is it that?
Yes.
No,
Stop
it sounded like moving furniture.
Oh, I'm not moving any furniture. I can't hear it.
Something's wrong with your, maybe blow some dust off your microphone or something.
I don't even know where the microphone is on my thing, honestly. But okay, let me just leave the papers aside. Do you hear it now?
No.
No.
Okay, so it must have been the papers that were sitting on top of my desktop. Sorry.
That's where your mic is, I think.
I guess so. Live and learn. Okay, so now it comes time for us to approve of today's agenda.
Make a motion to approve.
Before I do that, Esmeralda, is there anything that needs to be changed?
Not at the moment, sir.
Okay, so we'll move forward with that motion. That was your motion, right, Diane?
Yes, yes,
Okay. Okay, so on the motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John. John.
This is
Carrie.
like Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Aye.
Carrie is in, and Diane on your motion.
aye.
Alvin. And I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, here we are, the fun. Listen, this coastal resiliency workshop, we've been having a dog of a time trying to get people to commit. Certainly not to 2 days, and even not for one full day. This, the seminar is 2 full days, Monday and Tuesday of the week after next. Okay, and then in advance of that, there's a Zoom session that I believe is this Friday.
Tomorrow, Mr. Chair.
Oh, tomorrow. Okay. So what time tomorrow, by the way?
9:30.
I believe
It's
that Diane is correct. Yes, it's via Zoom, 9:30. It's an hour long.
Okay. Well, so I don't disparage any of you for being reluctant to go for the full 2 days. And I also feel that one full day is kind of a little bit of service above and beyond the call of duty, given our workload these days and the fact that most of us work and all that. It turns out that a lot of the other boards of Nantucket, Lisa, my wife, Lisa, that is, sits on the ZBA, and literally nobody is volunteering. So I got back in touch via Holly. Holly, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
With the coordinator of this event, which I think we all agree is very important, but it's coming at a really bad time because everybody's just flat out busy all across. So I said, in order for this thing to work, we kind of have to make some concessions, and you're never going to get one person, and you probably won't even get 2 people to be there for that entire time. So at this point, I think that he's willing to, he said, he summed it up really well by saying, I'd rather have the HDC as a partial presence than as no presence. So tell me, Holly, I just wanted to put that out there. I'm not here on Monday. I'm like literally not here. So Tuesday would be the only day for me. Stephen was thinking about Monday, but then Stephen has some issues, and I don't think that he necessarily want to be there the whole day. So if there's anyone who could potentially do like a half a day, either on Monday or Tuesday, that would be great. So
I had said, I guess I was talking to Steve, and I should have been talking to everybody, but I said I could do like 12 to 3 both days, or like 11:30 to 3, but I can't do mornings.
okay, well, I think we might be getting close to an arrangement then, because I can definitely handle the morning on Tuesday. And as long as we had somebody to handle the morning on Monday, then we might be able to pull this off.
Yeah, and then I thought we could put our notes together and come up with, if we ever had to volunteer our
Yeah.
insights, we could.
Well, to the
combine.
extent that we're able, I think there should be some like transfer of information going on, like in the form of a phone call after somebody has gone to the meeting and say like, okay, in a nutshell, here's what was discussed. So the next person who's holding the baton would know kind of where things were. Okay?
Mr.
Right.
Chair,
Yes, Holly.
it would be nice to be able to kind of get this narrowed down if we can tonight. If Abby is willing to do the afternoon session, would that be for one day or both days?
I could do both days.
It'd be a
That's
godsend.
Fabulous. No, so Stephen's not here to tell us about what his availability is for Monday morning. I'm available for Tuesday morning. So put Abby down for the afternoons and put me down for the morning of Tuesday. And should we wait to see if Stephen is signing on tonight, or should we, is anybody else willing to do the morning of Monday?
Let me see.
I have done this in the past and I don't see what's going to arise from this thing that's going to be any different than what we've already established.
If I may, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, basically since now, the previous workshop that we had back in 2019, which was an MVP community resilience workshop, which was the foundations for us to be a resilient community within the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and allowed us to receive that grant that we used to create Resilient Nantucket for those design guidelines for you all. Now that we have a coastal resiliency advisory coordinator, we have a coastal resiliency plan that has just been basically adopted, if you will, from the select board. The select board is really wanting direction. They want to have all the commissions and advisory boards, if you will, from a regulatory perspective, give advice and put their sense of part of the whole conversation, if you will, moving forward. So they want to know how to tackle this. And my understanding, this workshop that we're being asked to participate, and I will be there as a staff member, is to really get the ball rolling and figure out, okay, now we have this approved plan that obviously us as taxpayers paid for. How do we move forward? And obviously the HDC carries a big weight from the fact that we are a historic district. So that's pretty much where this would be a little bit different than any of the previous conversations, but I would implore and just mention that it's everything is built upon, if you will. So anything that we've discussed in previous workshops from a resiliency perspective in the world of preservation and our built environment is important.
Thank you, Holly.
You're welcome.
I was just rereading Steve's note to me, and he says, would you be able to pick up day 1 of coastal resiliency workshop? Meaning that he could probably do day 2, but that's the same one you were going to do, right?
Yeah, because I literally can't do day 1
Right.
because I'm traveling back.
Right, but at
Yeah.
least you could.
Let me just, so it doesn't sound like the problem is basically Monday morning, the morning session. Should we wait to hear from Stephen?
He just, in that note, he says that he could do day 2, but we can wait to see if he can verify that.
I mean, we can only do what we can do, and unfortunately, not everybody is here.
Ray,
Yes,
can we use anybody from HASHAB, like Lucy Dillon?
Yeah,
no, I don't think so.
No?
Holly?
My understanding is the regulatory boards that are being asked to be.
Yeah, no advisory, because other advisory boards have actually asked to be on it, and the
Correct.
answer was no.
Correct.
Okay,
But that was a nice thought. So let's see what happens let's see if Stephen, nobody else, right? Nobody for Monday morning. Everybody loves Monday morning so much. Oh, okay. All right. I think we'll just have to move on. We're almost there. We're almost there, Holly. Okay.
Not a problem. I'll let Vince know that we have 3 positions covered as of right now, and I think he'll be
Somebody
happy
else
with
shows
that.
up later on this evening, or if anybody has a thought, I'll certainly, take it up.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that was item number 1. Item number 2 is a very, very short sign agenda. What's the deal there?
Motion to view.
Motion to view.
Yes.
Who view?
This is for the Mass Audubon and they're proposing boundary signs. And the sign council advised that they would like to do a motion to view to look at the locations of all these.
Okay,
signs.
so the sign committee would be viewing, not us.
Yes. No, sir. Sorry,
Okay.
I should have clarified.
No,
The
no,
Sign
I just
Advisory
kinda
Council.
wanna make sure wouldn't know what we were viewing. Okay, so could somebody move to
Oh,
have?
I make a motion to hold the sign for the boundary signs for a view or a map or a chart of where they're going to be.
Sounds great. Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Abby,
aye.
Val,
Aye.
John. John. Carrie,
Aye.
thank you. Diane, on your motion.
Aye.
All right. Hey, did we lose John?
Aye.
Oh, there you are. Okay, okay. Let's try this one, John. Consent one. Anybody?
Make a motion to approve 117 Orange Street, which is a mini split.
Very good. All right, let's try that one out. So the motion is to approve the one consent item. That's Diane on that motion. Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Very good. Diane on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, two consent with conditions.
I make a motion, I guess, to approve
There you go.
1 and 2.
All right. On Diane's motion, Abby,
Um, as long as Carrie's okay with this, it just,
Carrie?
yeah, Vestal Street. But,
Oh,
it's a full
it's-
revision.
Yeah, no problem. It's not a-
Okay, all right.
it's not
I'm
a-
okay.
it's not
Abby's
a-
in.
Thanks, Abby.
I just think of that huge wall every time I think of Vestal.
Oh, God, yeah.
There's another one coming on Dukes.
Ah. Okay, Val on the motion,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Diane on the motion, your motion.
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor, motion carries. Okay, now we're on to a couple of new business items. The first of which is 232 Nantucket Road. Got somebody to rep?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Name for the record, please.
And I'm off
my
this.
My name is, sorry, what was that?
I'm sitting off this. I'm doing work next door.
Okay, so Carrie, you're in.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm Maurice Solano for the record.
Mhm.
This is 232 Nantucket Road, new build, a garage apartment. Would like to say that we went on front of the Nantucket Advisor Board a few weeks ago. They had some comments for us, in which we did some changes to the structure. This will be our next plan, and hopefully we met everything the Nantucket Advisor Board advised us.
Okay. Are those regular balusters? It's hard to tell. They look like some kind of turn baluster.
No, they should be 1.25 by 1.25
Square.
square balusters, yes.
Okay. They look like maybe they have little chamfers on them or something. They're drawn kind of funny. Okay, and you got brackets holding it up. The porch, that is. Are they
Those are
brackets or are they just like extensions of the?
extensions of the post, yes, they're overhand down.
All right, let's see some other views of this. I see the little stub thing. Mm-hmm.
We do have some brackets, but just in the front porch.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're gonna get some pushback on that.
Mr. Chairman, I just came in. Did you read the Nantucket recommendations on this one?
No, he's just describing the project.
There's extensive. on
Hey,
this particular
stop.
project. I just want to
He's
make sure.
talking, stop.
Came in.
Okay. Hey, okay, continue. Sorry for the interruption.
No, no worries, no worries. One of the main issues was we had a front deck on the second floor in the north elevation that was facing the back path. We removed that and we lowered the structure about a foot lower than what it was.
Okay,
Not enough.
is that it?
Yes.
Okay, Uh,
Mr. Chair.
Holly Matticat Advisory.
I have Matic Advisory right here. So they looked at this on January 24th.
Yeah.
At the time, this structure was it indicated as 27 feet tall. Looks like they've dropped it down to 25, 3/4.
Mhm.
So they said it was too tall for the garage apartment. The structure is fully visible from Nantucket Road, and located in front of the house, should be moved over to the other side or not in front of the house or back towards the house. The change to 2/2 on the style house is not appropriate, should remain 6/6 or an option to 6/1, but either way should match the main house. Wraparound second floor porch is completely inappropriate. I'm not too sure that's still there. On the roadside with stairs on the front of the structure facing Nantucket Road. Deck too large at 12 feet, should not be cantilevered and should be grounded, but not on the front of the structure and certainly not with the stairs in the front. Roof planes are atypical and inappropriate, needs to be simplified and lowered. South fenestration is too much, may be visible from Long Pond Drive, reduce the number. As with the main house, colors are not spelled out at the bottom of the application as it says match main and only gives a few of the colors. What are they? On the east, the windows are oddly spaced out. Odd roof planes on the west, lack of fenestration. West skylight not in the upper 2/3. Too low and raised off the roof plane and visible from Nantucket Road. Larger windows on the second floor than the first floor. West wraparound deck is not appropriate on the front and visible from the Nantucket Road. The use of to be determined is not appropriate on any application, is used with this in the main house on the skylight. Size is 28 inches by 54 inches, which is against HTC policy of no larger than 24 by 36 vertically oriented. What is the orientation of this one? Those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Do we have a site plan? A site plan, and also do we have photos of the main house? That's going to be,
Yes.
oh, Val's off of this, but if she were on this, she would ask that question.
Yes, that will be my bad, Mr. Chair. Sorry about that. When I resend the files, I guess I didn't add the pictures of the main house, which I had in the old files.
This is the main house?
That is the main house, correct? Yes.
All right, so then the trim on this building that you're proposing is going to be natural?
Yes, everything is gonna match the main house. All details of
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing that was not completely clear, at least to me, on the site plan was where this is vis-a-vis Nantucket Road. Is it up by the bike path easement? At the top
Correct.
of the sheet? Yeah, okay.
Which the house is technically not right in front of the house. Depends on where you're looking at it.
Say that again?
I mean, the garage would not be right in front of the house. I would think so because
Well, in front of means closer to the street than, it doesn't mean literally in front of, it means it's closer to the street than the house itself. Do you access this off of Nantucket, directly off of Nantucket Road, or do you access it off of a drive that comes in off the side?
it's just right off the Nantucket Road. It's a shared driveway.
Got it. That's that little curvy thing, curved dash line up at the top.
The other one. the
Oh,
one
no,
to the
down there.
right.
Who's
Correct.
right
Correct.
there?
Right there.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Now we can, I guess, go back and look at the drawings. Who wants to start on this one?
I'll
I'll
do
s-
it.
I'll,
Go ahead, John, and then you next, Diane.
Ray, could
Yeah.
having property in Mattocket, this really interests me
Mhm.
because I notice I'm looking at the west elevation and at
Yes.
the top of the stairs,
Hmm.
that post extends up with what looks like a ball light on it,
Good point. Is that a ball? It is a light, isn't it?
which aren't lights supposed to be on the house and they're supposed to be covered according to the town bylaw.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know it was in the bylaw, but it's probably a good thing that it is.
Yeah, I think it is. It's part
Um,
of the Dark Skies Initiative.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Terry. And so can you answer that question? Is that a light?
Yeah.
That definitely is, but that's not that's something that we can, do any changes to it for sure.
Okay. So
That would-
thanks, Terry. Now, John, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Hmm.
The north elevation, show there, hold it right there, please. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 of these doors. And I've always said that there's more glass than there is wood. Well, when you first look at it, it looks like a grandfather's clock, all 5 of them. And
Wait, I'm missing it. You're talking about the north elevation?
north elevation, yes.
Well, the north elevation, I'm only seeing one door.
I'm sorry.
One door,
Okay, the
three
west,
windows.
the west has 3.
Correct.
Okay, so
Right.
there's more than enough to cover the book. That's not the typical door to have. That's what I'm trying to say. I've said it before. You just
Okay.
put a regular door or the board doors in if you want, you know, but these are inappropriate. And there's so many of them. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I thought you were going to say something about the curved brackets over the porches there.
Yeah, they ought to be changed. to
All right.
40.
I agree with you. Oh, okay, John, thanks. Diane, I said you'd go next, so go ahead.
Okay, first of all, the building is too tall. It's 25.4. It's supposed to be 24. And Matticat has really tried to keep that in thing. I think those things hanging down from the stairs are ridiculous. I think on the north elevation, the 3 windows should be centered in the middle of the thing with the middle window under the window up in the top. It's already been mentioned that the skylight needs to be in the upper third of the roof, and it has to be the proper size. I think that window C on the west elevation should move in and not be jammed right to the very end of the eave
Oh, yeah.
as it is now. The what is technically the front of the building? Is it the west elevation or the north?
North.
Okay, and the windows should match the main building. They should not be 2 over 2s. You got 6 over 6s on the main building. This is to follow. Can I see the other 2 elevations, please? Again, they have the repeating of the hanging down from the porch. And the windows on the east elevation, which is seen from all edges, are too much. They should be separated, and there should not be 12 windows on that one wall. And they shouldn't all be mulled. They've got to be dispersed along that elevation as they should be. The porch, I don't know what the width of that porch on the second floor is over on the garage side. I don't see it anywhere as to, it is 16 feet long, but I don't know how deep it is. That makes the thing. And I would again separate some of your windows, all of your windows, with the exception of 1 or 2, are mulled. And this is a garage. It's not a motel. So that is the 4 elevations, but the fenestration is out of control on the thing as far as I'm concerned, and the height and the stairs coming down and the light that was mentioned on the second floor, it is not against the building. It's hung out on the edge of the porch. So it's inappropriately placed. So that's all for the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Linda, I see your hand up, but I'm not finished with the board members yet. Abby,
Yeah, I agree with Diane. It's still too tall. I'd like it to come down to 24 feet. And also agree that the fenestration should match the main house, which look like 6/6s. I think I find no harmony or consistency with the fenestration. I'd like to see that sort of rethought. And I was wondering which elevation will be seen from Nantucket Road and the bicycle path.
North.
Could I see north, please?
There you go.
Okay, so right there, if that was reduced and the fenestration was correct, I think the A windows seem kind of, I gotta find a better word than dinky, but they're just,
They're small.
they're small. They're small.
Yep.
And they have no consistency. There's nothing to let your eye relax and look at this building as you're biking by. So I think the fenestration really should be thought out. It's especially odd on the west elevation where you have that little pent roof, little hip pent roof, and then you have that C window sort of oddly chopped into the roof line there. I mean, maybe I'm missing a very creative thought, but I think the fenestration should be rethought. Thank you.
Thanks,
Mr.
Abby.
Chairman- Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I missed something. You have the west elevation on.
Yeah.
That blue, the skylight has to be in upper 2/3.
Yeah, we got that one. And also it's too big, John.
Okay, I just wanted, I just spotted it. Thank you.
Covered. Thank you. Carrie.
I agree with the others on the height and the fenestration. I think some of the fanciful detailing is really not appropriate considering we saw a photograph of the house and it's very simple. Even the little hip roofs are a little not, they just don't seem to work very well. The north and the west is going to be visible, and I think an effort should be made to move that stair and not let it be the main feature of that whole elevation. And I think the balancing of the windows and the sizing needs to be studied a little better. And that's about it.
Okay. Thanks, Carrie. To the point of the balancing and the organization of the windows, the north elevation I find troubling in addition to Diane's comment about centering the 3 A windows, which by the way, I agree, all those A windows are too small. They should be bigger and in proportion with the building, but there's no first floor windows. So you have these 3 windows up above, but nothing down below other than the door with the pent roof over it. So I definitely agree with pretty much everything that was said by Nantucket and everything that was said by my fellow board members. So I think we're looking at some revisions here. Linda, did you still want to say something? And please, if it's just being redundant, because this is going back for revisions. You got anything to say?
We'd like to see it back.
Oh, okay. All right. So the motion will include going back to Nantucket Advisory.
Because
Thank you.
we spent about an hour
No,
between the
no,
house and
I
this.
got it. Got it. We got it.
Not good.
Okay.
I'll
yeah.
make a motion to hold for major revisions and it to be returned to the Madigan board when it's done.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you, Diane. On that vote of motion, Abby,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
thank you, Carrie,
Aye.
Diane on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor, motion carries. Okay, so that's item number 1. Item
Thank
number
you.
2 is now, thank you, on to 1 Cambridge Street. Val, are you sitting on this one?
I'm here.
Okay, so regular board. Matt, you there?
I am, Mr. Chair.
All right, hi.
How you doing?
Thank you.
Cool. So with your permission, I could just jump right into it,
Love
Mr.
that.
Chair.
Mhm.
Great. So it probably is best to start at the site plan. So the primary reason we're back before you is if you zoom in on the site plan, you'll see that there's a leader that shows 2 colors, one blue and one red. It's fairly subtle, but if you look at the red call out, it says property line is shown on plan file 39-A. So that is actually the plan that's down at the registry of registry of deeds, which is it's also the survey that we received as part of our process, if you will. We asked Marcus Silverstein a question about zoning for the ZBA. And when we asked him, he actually researched the file and pointed out that there's actually two different property lines for this parcel. Technically, the McKechnie's property and ours are on the same parcel, and they're actually condos. So when we did the McKechnie project, Leo Asadorian did have the registry of deeds plan on file, but he actually dug a little bit deeper. He found a bound on the northwest corner and basically set his survey to that. So anyways, Marcus pulled that out. Long story short, we could pursue the either property line, but the reality is there's a lot more complexity with sticking with the property line that we were given, and that's at the registry of deeds, because it's going to require, town waivers and air right leases, et cetera, et cetera. So the easiest path forward for us to not get caught up in all that was to basically respect the more restrictive property line. So what that does is it actually pushes our building envelope back by about 2 feet on the upper right-hand corner, what I would call the north east corner of the building. And so that's why we have a design change. We just, the amount of hoops we were gonna have to go through was gonna be daunting, and we just wanted to go with the more restrictive. It's a smaller footprint, but because it's at an angle, that's why we actually have this projecting gable forward as to the building footprint steps. So it's not ideal. We lose square footage based on our original approval. We liked our original approval, but again, this is something that the zoning enforcement officer pointed out. We talked with our attorney about all the steps that are going to be necessary to try to, build to respecting, the plan that we were given. So that's really why we're here before you, Mr. Chair. So that's it. It's really just that third floor roof and the building footprint that's changing the architecture.
Okay. So now, obviously, we need to look at the elevations, and while we're doing so, maybe we can hear from Holly on HSAP.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as you all are probably remember, this was before you not that long ago and approved, basically. This was approved. This structure there's two structures. Remember, this has a little history. One of them was built after the Great Fire of 1846, the brick section, and the other one was built somewhere between 1923 and 1949 per Sanborn maps. HSAB took a look at the revisions on January 18th. They said that this proposal distracts from the simplicity of the previous approval. The third floor dormers add to the volume and the height of the street facade. The west-facing gable end flush dormer totally overwhelms that roof plane. These changes are not appropriate, and the original should remain. The building can become slightly narrower with changing the appearance to accommodate the property line encroachment without changing the appearance, excuse me. And I, from a staff's perspective, understand the adjustment with the property line. I think, this is pretty neat when it does come up. I know it's not a neat situation for the property owner or Matt, but I understand. But I agree with HSAB that the elevation shouldn't change in order to accommodate the that property line adjustment as far as a aesthetics perspective from your purview. And the north and south elevation overwhelms that structure and the historic streets. And the change in the roof pitches are not appropriate. I did also want to notate for the commission, you all did receive an email from the direct abutters from Eric McKechnie on February 14th. And I believe you all should have received that already. I don't know if you want me to read that. I don't know if he's here or not.
And I also noticed Eric is in the queue. Eric, if you can hear me, did you want to speak on this? It's funny, he was there and then he disappeared. Maybe let me see.
I think they're trying
to log on.
They're on, but I think they just went from muting to unmuting.
He's unmuted, Mr. Chair.
He's unmuted. Eric, can you hear me? More to the point, we'd like to hear you. Huh. Look, while he's working things out, I want to give him the benefit of being able to speak if he wants to. Holly, why don't you just read the letter?
Okay, he has his hand raised, so I don't know if.
Oh, he does. Okay, Eric, we're recognizing you. So they say that you're unmuted. I can't really. Oh, you're muted. You're definitely, now you're not. Okay. Eric? Eric?
I can still read it if you'd like, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, why don't we? Till he
Okay.
has technical
Dear
difficulty.
HDC, as owners of Unit 1 at 6 South Water Street, direct abutter to Unit 2 at 0 India, we have a few concerns that we would like to have addressed. We've been informed that the owners of Unit 2 at 0 India are changing the use of the property from what has been a retail and residential space for decades to a bar and restaurant. We are year-rounders at 6 South Water and operate a retail shop on the first floor, which has been serving the community and its visitors since 1984. The following is a list of our concerns. What are the commercial kitchen exhaust fans and HVAC units going to be in relationship to our building and the streets? What is the visibility from India, Cambridge, and Union Streets? What is the plan for restaurant, bar, trash containment? Where will this be located in relationship to Unit 1? And again, what is the visibility from the 3 streets which Unit 2 is located on? What are the landscaping plans being proposed for the common area of Unit 1 and Unit 2? Thank you for your consideration, Eric.
Okay, so I can actually answer a few of those things. One, if it's a change of use, that does not concern this board at all. So if there are going to be vent fans and whatever, that's incumbent on the applicant to show them so that we can approve where they go and so forth. But if these plans don't show them and they'll be required, he'll need to come back to do that. And similarly, the landscaping identified in your question 3 is a separate application. So we don't necessarily have to have that to review the architecture of this building. So there's a story on that. I would like to hear from board members on this one.
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane.
I feel very strongly that Hashab and Holly are both correct on looking at this building. It is a historic building on that corner and has been there for a long time. It is part of our historic vision and streetscape. And what has come up there now is yet another 3-story building, which was not there in this respect before. I think that it should be reduced as they have asked, or the stuff that can come out due to the new confirmation should be done. So that's how I feel about it.
Your story? Okay, very good, Diane. Thank you. Abby.
Sorry, you all were on this. I was on it for a while, but so I'm just looking, I'm comparing the north elevation existing. That's existing now?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's oh gosh, what's her name? She's written a number of books. Leslie Lindsay.
Yeah.
Leslie Lindsay.
Oh,
Okay, so the previously approved was 72921.
Yeah, so that's that sort of 5-bay thing to the right of the.
Now there's the 2 dormers and.
Yeah, and
a
the whole
height
point
change.
is that the property line steps back, so Matt had to do this little sort of rebate.
I see.
Okay.
I think the where the dormers show above the old brick building sort of diminishes the history of the little brick one. There's another elevation where that shows,
Yeah.
but I don't know where that is. But I also think on the north elevation, it's too much.
That's the
Yeah.
south elevation, by the way, for whoever's using the cursor.
Okay,
What Abby is describing is the south elevation.
yeah, we just, it came,
There you go. That's it. See how you
right,
see
so-
the dormers above the existing brick building? Yeah.
yeah, it's just sort of diminishes what we're trying to save here, so, it just makes it too complicated up there. So I think simplification is the name of the game here, and don't over fenestrate, keep it simple, and I agree with HSAB, and that's,
Okay.
there it is.
Sounds good. Thank you. Val.
I agree with a lot of what HSAB said, especially in Abby, the simplification. I think that was the beauty of the first one when we finally landed on that. It had been just simplified to look like a lot of the in-town buildings, which are just very simple, big structures. It's hard because it's appended to this little tiny structure, so there always is a disconnect with regard to that. But the steeper pitch, I think, is not congruent or is less congruent than the previous. It seems taller because of the cross gable application. I think you could probably still keep the eave forward, just have the jog break the roof line a little and eliminate the third floor dormers. And what else did I have? Yeah, I think that was it. It seems as though it's taller than the approval, but I'm not sure about that because I can't blow it up far enough to see.
Can you
Maybe it
speak
just
to that,
looks
Matt?
that way because of the pitch.
You mean that the building has gotten taller than previously approved?
It might not be. I just can't blow.
But I want to make sure I got the question right.
Yeah,
So Matt,
yeah.
can you address that?
Well, actually, yes, I can, Mr. Chair. So we actually submitted some revisions, and this is actually the previous iteration. And I did change the roof pitch, the main gable, to an 11 because I felt like the 10 was looking a little bit squat. So it did in fact get taller. I don't believe it's still not over 30 feet, but it did get taller. And it was purely just the gable forward, the 10 pitch to me just looked a little squat. So we're not really looking at the drawings that we had submitted as part of the revisions, but I think regardless, I feel like I'm getting some feedback from the board. But to answer Val's question, she might be looking at the revisions that we submitted that the public's not looking at right now. And then that instance, we did make it taller.
Oh,
Not
I'm
by
looking
much. I
at
think it was like
whatever
10
was-
inches.
whatever was on the link.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, this is this.
And Matt, I think it's because it's next to the very squat one-story building. The higher it goes, the more
Yeah.
disproportionate it seems.
Yep, I
Yeah.
hear you. Like I said, I
Okay.
think we were happy with the existing footprint, but like I said, they flagged it and
Yeah.
just trying to take the easiest path forward. So, but I got some
Okay.
good feedback from the board.
Well, let's see. So Val, have you finished?
Yeah,
Okay, John, comments?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd like to go to the north elevation, please. Would you bring it up 3 notches, please, and leave it there? Thank you. That's it's quite a bit of glass, even for one building. And I think, wait a minute, please don't interrupt me. I think the Mr. McKechnie's letter needs to be more looked into on that letter that he wrote. His questions. I think some of them should be addressed again by the commission. Yeah, that is a lot of glass to put there where it's new, a new type of building. So the building that was there, or that is there now, is an old Nantucket described building with different features. And this here's a straight commercial feature. I know it's downtown, but that's an awful large building. Those are my comments. There's you had to thank Mr. McKechnie for that letter. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, John. I agree with everything that's been said, particularly the addition of the third floor dormers. So that's it for me. Now, Eric, I see your hand raised again. We did go through your letter. First of all, can we hear you at all?
I think they're still muted.
All right, so Eric, let me just say, this is going to be we're going to move for revisions on this, if you can hear me. So you're going to get another crack at this the next time Matt comes in to present. So why don't we have a motion to hold this for some revisions? And I think that the motion should include a trip back to HSAB in advance of our seeing it again.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Val. On Val's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Val on your motion.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you in a minute. Maybe. Okay, now we're on to the old business of January 25th. Do we have Mirka for Hawk Circle?
What?
I thought we did that last.
Where?
Yeah.
We're
Stone Alley.
in Stone Alley.
Mr.
Yeah, I had-
Chair,
Do I have an
I guess-
outdated agenda or something?
you
just
do,
a-
Mr. Chair. There was an amended one sent out a few days ago.
I printed the amended one. Yeah. Okay, so, okay, so now we're on to Stone Alley. Now, Matt, it hasn't escaped your notice, I'm sure, that you're missing Stephen on this and Jesse. So you're to a 4-person board. Do you feel like you want to move forward with a 4-person board?
I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Oh, let the record reflect that Mr. Welch has joined us. So that's great. So we do have a full board. Okay, so then let's go.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair, so first of all, thank you. I know that there's a long history with this project. I'm going to try and keep my comments brief. We submitted revisions, and Holly, I don't know if we can maybe pull those up, and then if I could, with the permission of the board and the chair and Holly, share my screen to show a proposal for what I hope is going to be a more dramatic revision based on some feedback that I've received.
Okay.
So I don't know if we want to I can share my screen right now and go right to it.
It's ready for you, Matt.
Thank you. Let's go to this. Okay. So thank you. So first, the previous iteration, the application that you've seen, the revisions that we made, we actually stepped back the addition. And again, I don't think this was far enough based on some of the feedback that I received. But we did step this portion of the building back to by 4 feet, and then 3'6" accordingly. So we moved this whole tail end of this structure back 7 feet from where it was. I think that some of the feedback that I received, we watched the HSAB, was contacted by a couple different people, and I think the consensus was, look, it's not far enough. So our proposal here was to basically remove the second floor completely over this tail end of the structure. So it's literally a 1-story structure. We lose, a lot of program on the second floor, but in the interest of just trying to move this ball forward, and we thought that we had to do that. So that's really the big proposal here. So I'm just going to show you the elevation. This is the north elevation that's on the Stone Alley side. This walkout exists, but you can see that we removed this entire second floor program. And I know that this was part of the discussion throughout the process and talking with the neighbors, and the idea of like stepping down the masses. It's a tricky lot because of the topography, but in this instance, that rear tail piece literally is a 1-story element. Again, we lose square footage on the second floor, but I think we're able to make it work. I mean, I think begrudgingly, the owner, it took some convincing, but they did sign on to this. So hopefully this is enough to, alleviate any concerns about height and scale. The other thing we talked about too, FYI, was potentially adding a deck into this hipped roof in deference to both neighbors and visibility on Stone Alley. We've elected to not do that. Coincidentally, and I think, in a mutually beneficial way, if you look at the existing south elevation, there's this 1-story element, kind of a 3-season porch, if you will. We're going to be able to essentially, relocate that, duplicate that, if you will, on the same south elevation. And it does allow for a very small balcony off the second floor, again, facing south, away from Stone Alley, and not facing, towards Union Street. These are just some perspectives. You can see how it steps down the hill. Tried to maintain all the existing fenestration styles. Again, I think that where we transition to a slightly different exterior trim detail in the secondary and tertiary additive masses, I think we pay homage to the existing structure, but also creating a visible architectural characteristic difference between what the existing is in this. So I'm sure everyone's gonna have a lot to say about this, but I guess that those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll make this brief. As Matt has said, these plans right here have not been vetted through myself or HSAB or the general public at the moment. So this is something that I don't have additional comments for you. And I did read HSAB's comments from last Thursday on the submittal that was prior to. But for the record, this is an 1858 to 1870 barn that was turned into a dwelling by Eliza Codd, a female MIT architect and Nantucket native. I just also wanted to mention that the original structure is unique in form, and any addition should be subordinate with that additive massing as indicated within building with Nantucket in mind. I did mention previously, I think that any window changes, we would want to see a window survey of any of those windows to be removed. I also wanted to mention that we, as everybody is aware, we probably have butters here that want to speak. And I would respectfully request after this review this evening that any resubmittal goes back to HSAB and staff for review. Again, I have not reviewed these. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, now I'm opening it up to the public. Whoever wants to speak on this should unmute and you name and address for the record.
Mr. Chairman?
Hi.
This is Virginia Andrews at 1 and 3 Stone Alley.
Mm-hmm.
And I have not seen the dramatic revisions. I think when the plans were sent back to HSAB, that HSAB should review the plan that's proposed, and to try and circumvent that by presenting a new plan cold at the meeting is not very appropriate. Just in a general sense, I took another look at the property from the various public viewing areas, Union Street, and you can actually see a little bit of the house from Washington Street. So because of its location on a fairly steep hill, any addition is going to be have a significant visual impact. And I also want to point out that on the I guess it would be the second drawing, the one that was actually reviewed by HSAB, the setback measurement was from some point somewhere in the middle of the abutters way known as Stone Alley, not from the property line. And I'd like to point out that the walls of my house are well set back from from its property line, and even further if we count from the middle of Stone Alley. I also think if there are changes in grade proposed, that the applicant should submit a current elevations and proposed, so that the changes can be assessed, because that will change the visibility of the structures. And also the demolition plan, which contemplated a very large amount of demolition, which apparently has been reduced, which I applaud, but I think it's not really appropriate to discuss a plan that HSAB hasn't reviewed. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I know Linda and Sarah have their hands up, but I also noticed, Stephen, you have your hand up. you're going to be sitting on this. Did you have?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd ask for your indulgence.
Yeah.
I think it's premature to be discussing this and getting into neighbors' comments
Hey,
before the
somebody's
board has.
breathing into their microphone. Sorry, Stephen.
Yes, is that deep throat? Do I hear someone in the background?
No,
I-
it's gone now.
I think it's just, I'm not suggesting anything other than we need a chance to review this, and I think opening public discussion, I would suggest that it would be to the benefit of everyone to withhold that until we actually have a chance to look at this and formulate our own thoughts. It's just too important in a structure and
No,
too
I
important
hear
a
you.
location.
Yeah, right. So
Thank you.
the fact of the matter here is that the earlier submission, as all of you know, was opened at the end of the evening, and we basically realized that we were going to run out of time, so we kind of closed it back up again and said we would hear it on Thursday. And I spoke to Matt about it. I said, I'm not sure that we're going to make a lot of headway with the changes, at least the ones that I saw on the screen. And so that was at my behest. And I thank Matt for going back and making more considerable changes to the program. So it was his right to be heard on the previous application that we all knew. And I'm not sure that there would be anybody on this Zoom session right now that would say that reducing that one mast to a single story was a bad thing or a step in the wrong direction. I think it's a step in the right direction. Having said that, if there are still appreciative, substantial concerns, and I heard things about grading, more information about grading and where the setbacks were taken from with respect to cobblestone, or with respect to the easement at Stone Alley. Maybe the best use of our time here, rather than do this twice, would be to hold this for HSAB review, and then it would give the neighbors more time to sort of look it over and see the whole package, other than everybody doing everything on the fly right now.
So
Mr. Chair.
moved.
Well, I was just going to ask if I could.
Okay, I'm gonna hold your motion there, Stephen. Go ahead.
Just really quickly, if I could, because again, just getting some buy-in from our owner took a lot of work. If it's at all possible to get some kind of sense, I think that you did touch on this, that this is definitely a move in the right direction. Certainly happy to hold.
I'm not sure that anybody, including the neighbors, would disagree with that statement. However, I think that I can't put it right to the board without due process for the neighbors, allowing them to vent their concerns. And I think the largest concern that we're going to hear is going to be the fact that they haven't had a chance to really review this stuff.
Understood.
So listen, sorry, it's a process. We do have a motion on the table to hold for HSAB review, and that will give the neighbors a chance to also review it. And then we can come back and all have like an informed discussion. Sarah, did you want to say anything?
I just wondered when these plans would be available for us to get them and review them, because they're currently not filed with your office, I don't believe.
Oh, is that right?
Mr. Chair, through you,
Yeah, go.
we just received them today, so
Okay.
we'll get them up
I
on
can
the
forward
website.
them. I can forward them, Sarah.
Okay, that would be lovely. Thank you.
All right. Okay, good. So Stephen does have a motion on the table to hold this for HSAB review. On that motion, Val?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
Stephen, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Okay.
Thank you
thanks.
all.
See you all next time. Yes. All right. Now we're on to new business of February 1st. First up, 34B Walsh Street.
Mr. Chair, if
Yes.
I may. Mr. from Studio Park cannot attend today's meeting due to conflict of school vacation where he is located.
Okay, so
He
we'll hold.
requested to hold till next Tuesday.
Sounds good. Hold the next Tuesday. Okay.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion?
So move.
All right, Diane's
So
made a
moved.
motion to hold the first application at 34B till next Tuesday. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, I think Linda Williams is there in the wings. So now we're at 26 Woodland demo dwelling.
This will take you 10 seconds. Have at it.
This will be here in a minute. It's cooling.
So
We hoped it would go on consent, which is what they used to do when we had faced with something like
you.
this. But I guess they didn't feel comfortable doing that. Keep going. There is no building. Keep going. It's in two pieces. It's been sitting there for 20 years this is one of Walter's little things.
oh, wait,
Yeah.
what are we looking at there?
That's the back of it.
It was a historic building though at one time, wasn't it?
I know.
Oh, you know
It was
what?
Dale Wayne's mother's house.
I remember when
Remember
this
this
was
one?
moved over there.
Yeah, and Walter moved it 20 years ago and there it sat. And now the lot's been sold and you cannot
Yeah.
do anything with it. So there you
Okay,
go.
all right.
I put the old stuff in.
Do we have HSAB on this at all, or?
Mr. Chair, no, it was my doing of taking it off consent. And the fact of the matter it is, and again, I appreciate Linda indulging me in this, but this is a circa 1930 dwelling that was moved. Mr. Glowacki moved quite a bit of those structures in the day. I know he moved my great-grandfather's shop that used to be on New Lane. So, but this is a contributing structure, and yes, it is in a really bad condition. It should have the commission's vote on this, as these are
Yep.
few and far between. So that is why it's before you this evening. I
Sounds
appreciate it.
good.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well,
Hall.
just to put it on the record, I do have it. I give her all the stuff from when it was moved, but it was also a kid house. It was a Sears house. And it was elevated off the ground for Dale Wayne's mother when she was still alive. And when she passed away, Walter took it. And a new house is clearly over there, a 2-story house. And this is where it's been ever since.
Okay. Hey, Sarah, your hand is still up. Did you have something else you wanted to say, or is that residual? I'm
That's
gonna-
residual. Sorry, I'm.
Okay,
bringing-
no,
I'm
no
bringing-
problem.
Sorry about
Okay,
that.
no problem. Okay, who wants to start on this one?
I'll start. Sadly,
you.
I'm okay with it.
Sadly, you're okay with it. Okay, anyone else?
Aye.
I mean, if no one has any objections to the demo of this building, I would entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the
The demo?
demo.
Okay, thanks, Val. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane, John.
Aye.
Oh, there's
Aye.
Diane. Okay, thank you, John.
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay.
And
so
there is
there-
a record of it in the previous file, which is fortunate because that still exists.
Very good, thank you. Okay, Robbie Newman, are you there?
I am here.
Oh, that's right. Were we going to review this and then decided not to? 86 Cliff Road.
We ran out of time on Thursday
Yeah,
afternoon.
yes, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
See you, Chuck.
Oh, yeah, with the luminescent photos.
Yeah.
Mhm. So could you give us a little bit of a overview of this?
Sure, I
please?
will. Sure. So this is obviously a new build on this lot. It's part of the concept is that they'd like to build a house that has least impact with carbon footprint as possible. So we've oriented solar panels towards the back, away from Cliff Road. along Pilgrim Road, which is, everybody knows is a rural dirt road towards connects Westchester and Cliff Road. We've tried to arrange the massing so that the panels are up on the upper portion of a shed dormer along the back, trying to impact the visual or reduce the impact of the visual of the panels themselves. The solar people have told us that the optimum wattage is 10,000 kilowatts, and we get 425 per panel, which means basically we need at least 20 panels. We have 21 panels in this array. The front of the building, which faces Cliff Road, the address is 86 Cliff Road. So the main entry address is Cliff Road, which is the north elevation. We tried to keep it slow, use the massing to reduce towards the street, bring the scale towards the street. The two sides I feel are very simple. The west elevation is on Pilgrim Road. The other faces to the east, predominantly to the east, with the broken back roof form there. We're trying to orient all the family activities towards the back left-hand corner, which you can see in the site plan. Parking is along Pilgrim Road. The shed was approved last Thursday. I don't know what we have for square footage. I've sort of forgotten. I think it's about.
It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
1,500. Can I see this site plan? Okay, so Robbie, I'm not sure that this is going to be an issue, but so the solar panels do face Pilgrim Road?
No, sir.
I mean, you'll see them driving down Pilgrim Road.
From the south of Pilgrim Road.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Okay. But I noticed also that you have a black roof.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's also on a shed roof, which has got a steep angle. So,
that was part of my concept to try to
okay,
cut down that visual impact.
Just making sure I got all the facts straight here. Okay. Thanks, Robbie. Who would like to start on this?
I'll start if you want.
Go ahead, Diane.
I think you're going to see the solar panels, but I think it will be hard to cover them with planting. So maybe at some time we'd take a view and go up and see how much you can see. I think on the south elevation, which is where the panels are, there are too many windows. You're going to have the solar panels above you, and then 3, 6, 10, 12, and the French doors. I think there's too many windows, too much fenestration there with the solar panels. So that's it. I like the east elevation. It's very simple. All of a sudden the south elevation got very complicated. The other sides, I think, were good, nice, and simple. So that's my thought at the moment, that working with the solar panels on the south, that the window fenestration should be reduced down to make a single door that opens, and reduce the number of mulled windows on that elevation. Thank you.
Thanks, Diane. Val.
I think it's a nice application. I appreciate Rob's concern and care with the solar panels. He's trying to go along with our very minimal, let me say that again, minimal solar requests. And I totally appreciate that. And with a black roof. And they're covering side to side. I don't disagree with Diane, maybe a few less windows or maybe just separated on the south. But other than that, I think it's fine, great,
Thank you.
appropriate.
Thank you.
Yeah. Abby,
Yeah, I too think, I just want to, maybe a view is a good idea from Pilgrim, but I think it's a very nice elevation, the south elevation with the panels. You've got them on black asphalt and it covers, from side to side, and it's up on a dormer. So I think it's going to be an oblique angle. On the architecture, I think the front of the house, those three gables are confusing to me. I'd like to see that simplified somehow. And on that broke back on the side, I was wondering if that could be extended on the first floor to go back further. It looks a little chopped off, but I don't know if that's going to be seen.
wait, which are you talking about?
On the side, it must be the east. If the broke back goes back, see that it looks like it's just chopped off. Could it go extend further? Do you have the land to just extend that a little further?
I don't know what, extend what?
The broke, I don't know what you call it.
Oh, do you mean the lower portion of the roof?
Yeah, it just looks like it's a little chopped off, like it needs to extend a little more, but it's a minor comment. My main comment, I think, is just on those three forward gables on the second floor. I'd like to see those somehow have a little
I
more.
have a little bit of an idea on that
I
one.
bet you do.
Because I sort of saw that too, and it struck my eye. Is that it, Abby?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you, John.
Yes, sir. Could I have the south elevation, please? Could you go up 2 notches, please? And thank you. That is going to be highly visible, but it's not in the old historic district, so I don't have a lot of complaint about it. But the south elevation with the French doors there going into the house, it's just, to look at it visually, you'd think that would be the front door. Could I see the front door, please?
There you go, John.
North elevation?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah. It's a cute little cottage, belongs up on the cliff. So that'll be my final comment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. So yeah, the three gables sort of overlapping struck me. And then I thought, well, maybe if you have a shed that's sort of infilling there, that the gable's interrupting, why don't you just run the shed across at the height of the head of the windows, the 2B windows or whatever they are?
I have a version of that, Ray, and I'm sorry that I didn't attach it onto this sheet so that we could compare the two. Okay.
It would work though, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, it works. It works fine. It looks great. This I thought was this I liked better, but I'm sorry that I didn't include it just so that we could see it.
I think that doing the shed instead of the gable, the fact that you have three sort of stacked up is very kind of aggressive looking. And I think that this would just be more settled and quiet if you just ran the eave across the top of those two windows rather than have a gable point on top of it.
That looks fine too. It's a good suggestion. So,
well, it sounds like you already investigated.
I'd like this one better.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see. That's everybody. So, what's the pleasure of the board on this?
I would motion to approve with that middle gable turning into the shed dormer.
You okay with that, Robbie?
I'm good with that. Sure.
All right. So there is a motion on the table.
Could I ask?
Oh,
could
yeah.
I
Go.
just ask whether we were going to just not ask for some reduction of fenestration on the south?
We can, let's flip to the south. What sort of sugar can you give us on the south side, Robbie?
I'm happy to do that, but this is away from Cliff Road. It is kind of a skew.
Well, I agree it's away from Cliff Road, but it's at the corner of Pilgrim, so you will see the back.
Okay.
No question.
Okay, how about if the 2-3 window gangs on the second floor, we separate those and make those into 2 windows?
Okay.
You mean instead of there being 7 windows on the top, there would be 5 windows?
Yes.
Love it. Diane, what do you think?
Yeah, that would be good.
Okay, so Val, can you put that in your motion?
I will amend my motion to take the middle windows out of the south elevation on the second floor.
Very good, thanks. And all the other stuff stays.
And all the, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so that was Val's revised motion. On that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Very good, John.
Aye.
Good, and Val on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Okay.
Super.
All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, thanks for working with us.
night.
Okay, next up, we have 9 Prospect. And this was the roof shingle change that we closed back up and we were looking for some representation. Do we have that representation now?
We do not, Mr. Chairman. I
We
did
do
reach out
not.
to Trevor. Unfortunately, he is not here tonight.
Okay. Just tell him we really can't move it forward without having a discussion with him.
Will do.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. But for the time being, let's hold it for representation.
I make the motion to hold it.
Okay.
for
for
representation.
Yeah, there we go. On Diane's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, now we're to Hollis. Hollis, are you there?
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Hi.
Can you hear me? Hi.
Yep. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, so 30 Duke's demo. What? I'm getting dizzy
Oh, yeah.
watching all these sideways buildings and everything. Are we looking at, is that all one building or is it multiple buildings we just saw?
It is, Mr. Chair. It's one building.
It's one building just with a lot of pieces.
That's right.
Okay.
So a little bit of
Even that part right there, like that looks newer to me, but that's part of what we just saw.
right.
Okay, very good.
So we have 30 Dukes Road. It's the oldest house on Dukes by far. One blip that I saw stated 1915, but everything about the construction is way later than that. I would say Depression era, late 30s, early 40s, possibly the latest for the original mass. It started off as a hunting cabin up here, and I met with some of the descendants today, and we looked at old photos of it as all pasture up and down Dukes. But basically, I'm in an unfortunate position where, my business is preserving old homes, and I'm at a point with this structure where, as much as I want to save this structure, being that it's so far post industry, the frame is unremarkable, framed in 2x4, lots of structural issues inside. It's a hazard on the property, basically. And
So it looks like you tried.
yeah, there's been a couple attempts, and not by me, but throughout the last couple of decades, there have been a couple of attempts. It's a newer roof. Unfortunately, a lot of the attempts made any reclamation of the old material really hard. I mean, spray foam all in the inside, in between the old sheathing, which would have been lovely to save, had it not been covered in foam. And the foam really did accelerate the rot that was already going on there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And so
Okay.
rotten cells all the way around. I mean, I've just been back and forth on it. And another submission that I'm working with right now, I wanted to submit this with the new build proposal. Yeah, here's some photos of kind of the inside. And there's tons of even older lumber holding it together. But you can just see that even though it's very old, it was definitely built by fishermen. You know, it's pretty crude carpentry on the inside. And it was a homestead, you know, basically the oldest farm in this area. And it would be very difficult. It'd be very difficult to kind of, you can see some of these infills here of 19th century timber that are just kind of holding the eave walls together.
I'm seeing a
on a prayer
real
basically.
mix of old stuff and then some stuff that's like post 1930s, like that roof that you just showed
Right.
with the T&G sheathing.
Yeah, it's
real.
really a shame because it's my favorite kind of architecture. You know, old New England cottages that sort of meander with eclectic L's and additions. And what I wanted to submit with this was a proposal for a new build in its place.
Mhm.
And I don't know if it's appropriate to talk about that now, but basically I drafted up a new submission for it, which is a very similar cottage that kind of has it maintains all the broken backs, as many as I could. I mean, this little cottage has 9 different roof planes, which is kind of amazing. But so I've kind of streamlined a little bit of the design, but it's just a little bit taller and a little bit wider, the new build. And
well, so Hollis, at certain points in the history of this board, there would be like this ransoming the demo of the old building for a new building application, but they're really 2 independent filings.
Right.
They're separate permits. And so sometimes it helps the case to show what's going in its place, but like you could get something approved, then go and build a 2-story house,
Absolutely. That's
also approved. So, but anyway, so we want to be able to judge this kind of on its own merits. So thank you, Hollis. Let me see, hold on. I want to see if Holly has anything to add to this before I take it to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was in the same boat of being able to find a dated 1915 with NHL data, no HDC survey on file. So I agree, and based on the photographs that Hollis and through Linda provided, you can definitely tell it's from that time frame. Obviously, it's a sad situation to see an oldie go, but nonetheless, I understand it. And obviously having the documentation in the files for this structure would be beneficial. I did want to mention that it may be one of the oldest on Dukes Road, but at the far end of Dukes in Hawthorne Lane is actually the Ethelou Coleman house from 1700. So
that's right.
There's a time frame there.
Okay.
But that's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Now, was that Abby? Did I hear Abby wanting to speak?
No,
Oh.
not me.
Oh, okay. I just thought I heard you say something. John, go ahead.
Okay, I find that I've looked at this. This has gone beyond saving. All right, it's a dilapidated building, and it needs to be demolished completely. What's there is not worth fixing to rebuild. It's beaten up too much. The inside as well as out. Some of it's sitting on the ground. It's, and that metal pipe going up through the roof. Everything on here is just about wrong. So I'll make a motion to prove it as it is right now.
Okay, so John, I'm going to hold the motion just to see if any of the board members have any concerns about your motion.
Fine.
If not, I'll put it to a vote.
I'll go.
Go ahead, Diane.
What I would like to ask Hollis if he would do, because I have confidence that he could do it, is to save some of the old wood, old 8x8 or whatever that's inside. The wood that's there and looks like it's a wide pine floor would be great to have to use again if you thought that it was. I don't know it looks like a lot of the windows are new, and then it looks like there may be a couple of old ones. But when we saw inside, it really had some good old wood, and I would hope that when it was demolished, they could do it in such a way that it was saved.
Okay. Hollis, were you going to say something?
Yeah, if I could just respond to Diane.
Of course you can.
So I'm mentioning that I'm in preservation. Right now next to this house, because I do timber frame repairs, historic timber frame repairs, I save as much of this old timber. I mean, it's kind of over the top these days, but I save as much material as possible. And that will definitely happen when we take her down.
That's what I thought, Hollis. I thought you would do that.
Nice to hear. Okay, so folks, there is a motion on the table from John to approve the demo of this building. I'm going to put to a vote now. So on that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Yep, and to make a record of it, as Holly said.
okay. Well, that should be part of the motion. So John, actually, maybe that doesn't need to be part of the motion. Holly?
Yes, sir.
Is a photographic record sufficient?
I think so. We just received the interior photographs. I think that's sufficient with
Okay.
along
I
with the
actually have an as-built I can submit to you right after.
even better.
Yeah,
that's so much
yeah,
the
it's all,
Thank you,
it's all
Hollis.
done.
But
Yeah.
we have the photos.
Sorry, I should have
Okay,
mentioned
so
that.
that is part of the record, Abby. So I think we don't need to alter the motion. So you're in favor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, John. Actually, John made the motion. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. And John on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor too. Motion carries. Thank you, Hollis.
Thank you so much.
Right, night. Okay, Val, it's up to you. And let's see, Carrie, you still there?
I am.
You want to
Can
see?
I
the plan?
share the screen?
Of course.
Okay. Everyone knows this building. Jetty's, bathhouse or
Yeah.
gazebo or pavilion or whatever you want to call it. It's had many names and many incarnations. I did send Holly a extensive report that was done by the Preservation Institute in 2007 with like 79 pages, but I did not email it to all of you. It was just too big, but she does have it. However, I am going to show you some pictures. So the gentlemen that are running the concession, and I think George is with us, George Kelly, approached the select board with this proposition of putting a roof structure over the outdoor seating area. And I have a couple of options instead of constantly replacing an awning, which is extremely expensive. The building is circa 1900s and it's probably just the middle part. It's had many, many, many incarnations over time. So here it is, as we see it today with the awning that's there. In 1991, and during the perfect storm, there was extensive damage done, and Neil Parent did the alterations to the structure, which I'm going to show you some drawings of his. There's the report. So here's what it looks like, circa 1900. You see there's a wing here to the, what is that, the east? Maybe? No,
Yeah, that would be
east. Yeah. That was some part of it. I don't know.
That's cool.
Again, 1922, you see there's a much more extensive wing there and one this way. This building really, except for the middle, has been with us a while. There again, 1930. This is to the west, I think, because there's the little gable. No, this is the east, sorry, because there's the parking. A closer picture from 1940. And the reason I think it's important, and I wanted to point this out to you, is because I do have HSAB's notes, and Holly will tell you all about it. It's a structure by Peabody and Stearns, and they thought the porch was inappropriate in scale and it overwhelmed the building, but I thought it was important to see other incarnations of this structure prior to what we're proposing. So we have two options. Option one is to cover the deck as it exists on three sides with a roof. And this is drawn over Neil Parent's plans from 1992.
Okay.
That's option one. Oop. Option two is to just do the middle section and leave the decks on either side as decks, which is the one I think we are leaning toward and want you to strongly consider. I don't think that that changes the character of this structure really at all. And quite frankly, to me, it's a lot more in keeping with the architecture than constantly putting up a metal and plastic awning.
Hey, Val.
Yeah.
I have a question as long as we're looking at this east elevation. So we can see rendered your extension,
Yeah.
the red stuff.
Yeah.
But the first column, which is now the intermediate column, the shingled column, has like a
Yeah.
little diagonal line that would indicate a porch roof there. Does that exist?
That's what's there now, but that would
So-
go away.
Well, of course it would go away, but so you're just basically taking a roof that's there now and you're making it longer.
Yes, and we do have to have a slighter pitch just to make it
Well,
work.
Yeah, of course.
Um,
Otherwise you'd eclipse the dormers.
But I would like to ask George if he's here, if he wants to add anything. George, are you here?
Yep, I'm here. Thanks, Val. I think we just want to, we really want to do this to get rid of the awning and not deal with that. It doesn't look very nice and kind of has to be repaired every winter as it breaks in the storms. And a roof would look, as part of the building, shingled and everything, so you wouldn't really be able to tell that we put it on there. So I think that's what we'd like to do. And the main reason is most guests want either shade or would like to be out of the rain. So we're trying to keep the guests happy.
Okay, thank you, George. Now let's hear from Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as Val had indicated, this is actually a circa 1890. It's the Brant Point bathhouse. This was documented by Preservation Institute Nantucket students back in 2007. It was commissioned by Clifford Folger for Peabody and Stearns, which is a Boston famous architecture firm, to design the pavilion and the bathhouse. And as Val indicated, it actually was a lot larger in configuration as far as the whole site in its heyday. And just for a little information, Peabody and Stearns started their practice in Boston in 1870. So this is a pretty significant structure. Let's see. So HSAB took a look at this on January 31st. They said that this is an iconic historic structure designed by Peabody Stearns in 1904. It is still in its original unmodified form. Adding this enormous porch completely changes the scale and appearance of the structure and is entirely inappropriate. Other temporary adaptations need to be considered rather than permanently destroying this piece of Nantucket history. A detached sympathetic pavilion may be considered as an option, and HSAB does respectfully request for any revisions back if you're so inclined. In 1912, Clifford Folger requested Peabody and Stearns to add additions to it. So I just wanted to make the point that this structure, although it was designed in this really iconic way in that shingle style kind of architecture, it had additions that were done over in time. What exists is what is left of that original pavilion. From staff's perspective, option 2 would be the better of the 2 proposals. However, it should be noted that the original pavilion has only been altered slightly within its original time frame from its original construction. And then the roof over the deck should kind of, I mean, the proposal in 2 really keeps that roof pitch as close to the existing as possible. A detached roof, not permanent, may be a better option, as HSAB did suggest. I did mention too, as you all are probably aware, this had the discussion of this whole thing with the submittal to select board from the agents of the restaurant, George and his team, was before the select board. And I did mention to Libby, our town manager, that, you know, this is a town-owned historic resource and we want to make sure we get this right. The pavilion obviously is a New England beach vernacular in the shingle style with an iconic architectural features. Roof overhangs are a characteristic feature on these type of structures. And I did want to mention that within the PIN's 2007 assessment of the historic structure, they did actually give out some things that the town should be looking at as far as replacing some shingles, investigating some water damage, what have you. But it's nice to be able to see a proposal. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Val, are you controlling the screen?
Yeah.
Can I see the very first photograph?
The photograph of what's here now?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean the very first of the sequence. I meant the very earliest photograph. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready for the board.
And I just have one other thing to say real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
We're just touching the overhang. We're not touching the building.
Oh, you mean the porch part of
The
the
porch,
opening,
yeah.
not the
Right.
roof. Okay. I could give it a go.
Yeah, go ahead, Abby.
I so liked your first iteration. And I know you like the I like the one with the 2 hips on either side. I think
The big one.
yeah, the big one. I think you'll find as you as this George goes into, he's going to find it's going to be a very profitable business, and then you're going to use both wings. So I wouldn't be afraid of that. But I think the larger version goes with the hip roof that is existing on the 2nd floor. So I think it complements that. The other thing I was wondering, as you were talking about its age, if you were worried about money, couldn't you get historic credits, because this is a historic building and you're renovating it and making it, useful
Mr. Chair,
again.
may I just touch on that?
Yep.
So that is something that the town would have to do because it is a town-owned historic resource, and that has been brought to the attention of town administration because there's a separate, basically it's through the Massachusetts Preservation Projects Fund that MHC holds, that municipalities and nonprofits can actually do for structures like this, in addition to any tax credits that may be available. So that would be something that the town would have to do. And again, it has been brought to their attention.
Right, tax rate. Well, that would be an interesting project for I mean, if you were so inclined, get the town to pay for it.
For money purposes, we want number 2.
Which is the simpler option.
Yeah.
Yeah. So unfortunately, I like the other one, but hey, let's hear what everybody else says.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thank you, Abby. Diane. Diane? How about Carrie?
I actually do like the second option better. It just is way more reminiscent of what was there originally. I found the original porch sort of fascinating the way they did it. It was just like they tacked on a board and put up a little brace, sort of truss piece, and that's all you had. And I don't think that would be appropriate because we are extending it so far. It would look, I don't know how that would even work. But I think this one's okay. Those old photographs of the warehousey looking bath houses or whatever they were are fascinating. I think the open rafter tails on one of those photos is interesting, and maybe that's something that would sort of give a little detail to this big slab of roof. There you go. There's a big slab of roof. Look at that gable window too. Those windows in there. I mean, that's just awesome. They're just bizarre there. So yeah, that's my take on it. I prefer the second one and maybe a little rafter tail detail at the end.
Rafter.
I'm here now.
Okay, let me just make sure. You said rafter tail detail, did you not, Carrie?
Yeah, I did. Just at the end there.
Yeah, no, I hear,
Put
just
a
like
little
that.
lightness. Yeah. So
Okay.
it's reads a little.
Want to make sure I got that. Yes, exactly. Okay, so now it's on to you, Diane.
First of all, I'll take the cars. Everyone in the parking lot, they're mine. Second of all, I like option 2. I think it leaves the building, which comes with very good history, undressed or not so dressy as option 1. I think the simple addition to the roof, which doesn't go into the house at all. I don't mind the length of it because it's what you're used to seeing down there, one way or the other, whether it was the awning or this. I think this is very good. I think it will give some people like to sit out in the sun. If it's not a hot burning day, this gives them a choice of sitting underneath or going out to the other deck on the left hand side, like of the north elevation. I just having a concern, because I don't see any way that somebody who can't walk can get up there.
There's
I
a
think
ramp.
I think
There's the ramp, Diane, that exists. It's not going away. It's here.
right there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great.
And it comes up here. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Well, but just because it looks like a neat place to stay, the awning is good, and it gives it more stability to the building. And it leaves the building alone. Look at the building the way it is now. You see the whole thing. So that's would be my feelings.
Very good. Great. Thank you, Diane. John?
Yes, could I have east elevation? Could I have it jacked up 3 notches, please?
It's going to be the pitch that you're looking at. It's a 2.
That's all right.
He's got a 2 and 12 pitch, he says. Okay, thank you. My question is this, the support posts that are there, are they shingle or are they brick?
They're shingle.
They're shingle. Okay, my other one is south elevation, please.
I don't believe there's any change to the south elevation.
Oh, yeah, there
South
it
is the back.
But please.
That's
So, all right.
That's south.
I don't mean the south. Take me to the west. That's west. Okay, then I want east. Thank you. East.
There you go, John. The bottom one.
The bottom one. No, where's the one that's got the one towards the water, towards the water is what
North.
side? North. okay.
North faces the
There it
water.
is. Okay. History is very valuable, and I think that one thing, my main question is, that's been there long before I have, those 3 dormers. They're a half English Tudor style dormer, and it's to lose them from what they are now. Are they going to repair those too? Or
Not touching those,
I'm sorry.
not touching anything but the porch.
That's good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. So like Abby, I really liked the option 1 or option A with the hipped roof. But I believe that the 2 things, option B is A, safer, and B, more in keeping with the current configuration. So I'm good with that. And I did like Carrie's suggestion of showing some rafter tails. You can actually see them on the east elevation on the current building. And it would be nice to have that same detail on the extended version. Do we want to make a motion on this?
So I make a motion to approve as submitted of option 2.
Of option 2, I think that's the one that gains the most favor. And could we just throw some rafter tails in there to
Yeah,
Carrie's
I was
point?
going to add that. And does this need to go back to HashCab?
Well, no, not if we're approving it.
Okay.
So,
With added rafter tails in appropriate places.
very good. That sounds great. Thanks for the motion. Diane, on the motion, Abby?
I'm afraid they're gonna need that extra room with those wings, but I'll go along with it.
Okay, thanks.
We can come
John-
back for that.
Yeah, exactly, right. John on the motion?
Yes, I missed a question. This is 3-tab shingles? If it
I
goes-
don't know.
Whatever is there is what we're
Whatever
meant.
is there now, they're gonna match.
You're using that roll stuff doesn't do that well.
No, they're not gonna use the roll stuff.
What
Just-
does
just-
it say? What does it say on the application? I think that's important.
Probably to match existing.
Black
Okay.
architectural is what's on there now.
All right, fine, thank you. I'm
So
in favor.
you're in favor of the motion, John?
Yes, I'm in favor.
Very good. Abby? Oh, I got you already, Abby. Sorry. Carrie?
I'm an I, and I just got to say, I'm going to miss seeing the seagulls scampering around the roof of the tent. It's always fun to look up and see the seagulls up there.
The seagulls, for good or for ill, are going to be around scampering on something. They're probably the new roof here. So she's in favor, and let's see, Diane on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor too.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Okay, and now we're on to 36 Easton. Do we have somebody to rep EMDA?
Yeah, that's me, Ethan McMorrow.
Yes, Ethan
Yes.
McMorrow Design. Yes.
And my client, John, should be online as well.
Okay.
That's him the link. He's the owner of the house. I don't know if you.
Indeed, I'm on.
There you are. Okay, so we're asking to, originally we got some 2 parts. One, there's some air conditioners. They're approved on the east elevation. We want to move them to the west, so they're more hidden out of the way of the traveled area, and to add a 2nd floor deck on the harbor side of the house.
Okay.
It's a shingled railing with the original house way back when in 1900 had a little decorative railing up there. And so the railing we're proposing is a shingled railing with that little decorative X pattern at the top of it. So you can see this little decorative there.
Yep.
Yeah,
See
that's
it.
it. So that's a.
So do we have elevations of this?
Yes.
Elevations? Oh,
So the
I
top
see.
is, the top is existing, bottom is proposed.
Right, but so it's not like a complete crossbuck because of the issues with code. So you're doing a shingled rail with a little detail at the top.
The little detail that would match the original
To
detail that was on that.
emulate the, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
got it. And then,
And
are we looking at the AC units there on the west now?
yeah, they were the same thing. I had them on the other side on the previous submission. So we're just, oh, and also the window above was a diamond window we got approved due to the
Yeah.
cost and the complexity. We're just going for the one below. Right now, today, there was a piece, just a picture window, solid glass.
So there was, the diamond window did not exist. You
It didn't
added,
exist. It was just a solid picture window piece of glass, and we asked the diamond, but it's very expensive. So, and it's hidden in the corner there. So
very good. Oh, yeah, I see. Okay. Thanks, Ethan. Do we want to hear from HSAB on this? Holly?
Yes, sir. We do have HSAB. So this structure obviously has been before you before, circa 1896 shingle style. And HSAB took a look at these proposed revisions on February 7th. The proposed second floor deck and railing overwhelm the roof below. The new deck should not wrap around the corner, but instead it should be broken up into two separate decks and preferably pulled a little further back from the roof edge. The original railing in the old photos is so low that it reads as more of a balustrade than a functional railing. The proposed half shingled rail is much taller and conceals and complicates the fairly simple massing of the main house. Other options for the railing style should be considered, and HSAB respectfully requests any revisions. As from a staff's perspective, I agree with HSAB that other options for the railing style could be looked into. I do appreciate the direction to mimic the previous photographs. That's always great for inspiration. Maybe looking more into the shingle style itself for inspiration. Other than that, those are the comments for your consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Board members.
Aye. Aye.
Are you voting, John, or?
No, you said members, so I'll make comment.
So are you ready to speak?
Yes,
Okay, go ahead.
okay. Leave it right where it is. Where's the water side? You just had it there.
That's the water side there. Nope, not yet. Yeah, there, south, John.
Yeah, okay, that's it there. Are those, one is an outside shower and the other two are air conditioners on the bottom left?
Well, the air conditioners are behind the fence or gate, what do we call it? On the left-hand side, bubbled in red. That's the air conditioners.
Thank you. I think it's appropriate for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, who's next? I'm gonna pick somebody.
Bunch of chickens.
Abby?
I'll go.
Thank you, Val.
I think with some finessing to that deck, maybe dropping the shingle part and coming up with something, I don't have a problem with it. But I do, once they pointed that out, it's kind of a little bit overwhelming there. So if there's some kind of half and half situation, it'd probably be better.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Val.
Yeah.
Abby?
I'll go.
Oh, Diane, you go.
Go ahead, Diane.
Oh, I agree with what Val said. I was at the meeting with Ashraf and they were talking about the porch railing. And I could see what they were talking about, but I didn't know exactly where they wanted to split it to make it two and not have it wrap around on the right hand side. I think that's if we could get that straightened out so it was a little less powerful there, it would be good. Otherwise, I would go along with all the other stuff.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby?
Could you scroll down so I can see the south, the two, So I think what's missing for me is the hip roofs on the existing. And I think that's why it's overwhelming it. And if I think Hatch, whatever,
HSAB.
HSAB said was to pull it back. And I wonder if you pulled it back a bit, if you wouldn't be able to see the old existing hip roofs, those very shallow. Val will like that. It looks like a 2. But isn't that what HSAB said? They were
Well,
wondering.
they wanted it pulled back, but in fact, it is pulled back. I think the original in the photograph was right up flush, but then the issue was the original one is transparent. You know, it's open railing, and this is a parapet wall. That's the difference. See the photograph there?
Yeah.
The one with the red on it? That
You can
railing
zoom down and
basically, huh?
the one below that you just had also has a close-up of it. There it is right there.
Yeah, and there's a lightness to that the parapet wall is sort of lacking.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, I see where I see that. I see where you're coming from.
Can I ask a question? When they're talking about the railing, it's either a shingled railing all the way around, or it's a shingled railing with a decorative top piece, because it has to be 3 feet high, 36 inches. So therefore, if I go any lower with those open spindles of the X pattern matching the original, the spacing, the gap is too big for code. So are they talking just a spindled railing, or they just?
You mean like HSAB?
Yeah, when they're talking about, so it's either a totally shingled railing, or I did the pattern there matching the original, but it's only like a foot, it's small enough so it meets code. Is what I'm saying. I mean,
yeah,
I don't understand what they're making it taller or bigger, or what they want more pattern.
No, they definitely don't want to make it taller or
Yeah,
bigger.
I can make it smaller.
The railing in the picture, I can't believe that it's even 3 feet high. And we all know.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
No, it looks like 18 inches high.
Right.
It's tiny. I'm just replicating that on top of a shingled railing.
Well, yes, but the difference is that the parapet wall, the shingled part,
yes,
makes it feel top heavy.
Got
it. And I can't help but agree with HSAB on that one. And I do understand the issues of code. These Chippendale crossbuck rails done in the old way that they used to be done and accepted that way do not meet code. There's no question about that. They have to have no more than a 5-inch gap. So there's been all sorts of different clever ways of dealing with that. But you can put like wire in there, something like this to be able to.
Yeah.
So, hey, Ethan, we're not going to necessarily find the solution for you. What we're going to do is identify what we consider to be the issues. And I think that the issue in this case is the weight, the visual weight of a parapet wall that tall. The going back to that nice light open feeling porch that we have in the old photos, that's what I think they and
got it.
This board wants to get more back to.
Also, just so you know, I do have a second version already designed with it scaled back so it doesn't wrap around. It's just on the water side, and I think that would help.
Oh well, certainly that would help. The amount of all this, but everybody take a look at this building in the foreground with the Palladian arch thing.
Oh, fabulous!
Colonnade. Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, ours is the one right next door.
Yeah.
And then,
here's the simpler one.
Then Johnson's the one on the other side.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say in the building Ethan's working on, it's like more or less a little decorative fence up there. It's not really a deck, is it?
It's on this photograph you're looking at, that's not the house. It's the next one over.
No.
That's it.
Right. And go up.
Up top is a decorative fence.
Just like a little hat.
It's not a code railing.
Right.
No,
question.
Definitely.
In 1930, they didn't care whether you fell off. or not.
That's right. That's right.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
just
I don't,
recreating that look on top of my railing.
yeah, that's totally decorative. I don't think anybody even stepped out on that.
So the other
Um,
version I have, you wouldn't see the railing in this elevation. It would be
Thank
just
you.
on the backside.
Well, Ethan, we're going to kick it back to you.
Okay.
So does somebody want to make a motion on this for me?
Does Ethan have his second version on him?
No, I didn't have it because I submitted this around New Year's. So
Well,
I
and
have
I'm
the other
not
one ready
just,
to file.
Share your screen.
I'll make a motion to hold for revisions and to have it go to HACCP.
Yeah, I think that's wise because I think scaling back the amount of second floor deck is part of it, but the other part is the visual weight of the design right now.
Got it.
Needs to be worked on a little bit. Okay, so Diane has made a motion to hold for revisions, sending back to HSAB in advance of us. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Diane on your motion.
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor. Hey, the next one, can I step out and Abby, could you chair this one for me? It's a garage.
That's what I was gonna say.
Oh, okay, you want
No,
to
no,
go
I
first?
just was, at some point I'll go feed the dog, but,
All right,
yeah, right now I'm fine.
okay, thanks. So Abby's going to chair this one and you'll need, I think Steven's next in the rotation for the alternate, okay?
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Meadowview. Is there somebody here to?
Yeah, me, Ethan.
Oh, you.
tomorrow.
Ethan.
New dwelling.
Yes. If you look at the pictures,
Would you like me to share, Ethan, or would you like to share?
you can share because I'm on an iPad, so I can't.
Got it.
So it's a garage with an apartment above, second dwelling. And it's going right there with it behind that white truck, right? Yeah. That's where it's going, that hole. The main house is on the left there. And it has to go there because of his wetlands. And that's where it goes. I mean, that's the street view, right? Top left street view, and the bottom left is from the rear. Whoops. Yeah, there you go. And yeah, so that's it. Everything's to match the house.
This is a garage, second dwelling, guest cottage?
Yep.
Right, okay. Okay,
think
it's pretty straightforward. Is that what the
Yeah, and I
sign
think
was-
it's 24 feet high. I can't read the little thing because it's zoomed in 22 or 24. So it meets 22. There you go.
22.6. Great, okay, anybody want to go first?
I'll start if you like, if we could see a site plan.
I'm sorry, I'm here. Go ahead.
And the garage is going in front
on
of
the
the
right.
house, right?
Yeah, the garage is on the top and the garage door faces to the side.
Okay.
Do you
Well,
have it?
I'm not sure that if it's facing, the garage is facing Meadowview Drive and the door is on the side, I'm not so sure that we shouldn't have some sort of door on the front, being most of the houses along Meadowview are that way. I don't think coming down the hill from 24 down to 8, it's got some good vegetation around.
It has a front door.
Does it have a front door, but
Yeah,
it's on the side?
There's the front door right there. On the left,
On the left,
top left.
but that's on the south elevation.
That faces the street. The top left faces the street, says north elevation.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, that faces the street. Okay, then that's fine. Otherwise, the south elevation is in the back, and you can't see the back because it goes up to the house, and it's got stuff going around there. So otherwise, I think it's a nice, simple building, and it matches the main house. So
Yeah.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, thank you, Diane. John, did I hear you wanting to go?
I'll go if you want, yes.
Okay.
Okay, go to east elevation, please.
It's right there.
Okay, that's east. Okay, I'm gonna go to west, please. Okay, go to the north, please. Okay, and what did I miss? North, east, south?
South.
South,
South.
okay, please. Okay, we went through all four, right? I'm trying to figure something out. All right, can you show me the four of them on one, please? Huh, it's not there. Okay, no, it's something I was looking for. All right, now the front door is the 9 light over 2 panels?
Yep.
Okay, can that be changed around to do something else? You got more glass and you do panels. Could you pick another style? Maybe the style on the east elevation on the right, on the garage. You replace that door.
Oh, like a 6 light, 2 panels?
You get a 6 panel?
Like you said, the 6 light window, 2 panel, like the garage?
Yeah, well, could you make it 6?
Yeah.
6 panes of glass over the wood instead of 9.
Yep.
Okay. I have no other comments. I think it looks fine.
Okay, John, thank you. Val? Valerie.
Oh, I was just talking and nothing was coming out.
Oh.
I think it's a nice looking structure. It's appropriate and fits into the neighborhood, and with the door change to a 6 light, good with it.
Okay, it's, I think Steven's up on this.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think it's appropriate. The fenestration on the south isn't visible from the street. The garage doors on the east elevation are obliquely visible. It's a garage type structure. I think the 9 light door on the north is fine. I'll note that there's one of those on a house on Pleasant Street at the front door. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. So could I just look at the site plan again? Right. So I guess I don't want to be the only one to say something negative. I just think it looks a little large in its depth going from left to right. I wish it could get pared down. Even if it was just to take out one of those dormers facing Meadowview, but I think I'm in the minority. So what's the feeling here?
I'll make a motion to approve it as submitted and see what happens.
Okay, thank you, Diane. On Diane's motion, John,
I would question that front door first. That's my,
oh, is that part of your motion, Diane, or is,
No, I think the front door for a garage is okay.
okay,
If it's the ceiling thing, then I would go for a 6 light 4 panel.
okay, so, well, John, this one, this motion includes everything in total. So are you in favor or not?
I'm in favor of changing that door, yes.
Okay, so let's go to Val
Aye.
and Stephen,
I'm an aye.
and I am a, what? Did I miss somebody?
Me,
Diane.
I'm here.
Oh
Diane.
my God.
And I'm a no. I think it's a little too big for the for where it is on the property. So, but that passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Okay. Oh, and by the way, did you want to feed your dogs now, Abby?
I do. Thank you.
Okay, so why don't you, and then this one will go to Carrie.
oh, thank you.
All right, so, all right, do we have, I think I saw Stephen in the queues.
I'm here.
All right, so 71 North Liberty, hardscape.
Right, this is the hardscape application you asked me to submit from the pool from the last time that was approved. The pool's been approved by the HDC and approved by the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Okay.
So this is just the hardscape plan.
Yeah.
And if we could go down, Esmeralda, to the color rendering. There it is there. You can see the amount of greenery and green space that we're proposing. And, you know, we had reduced the original amount of bluestone from the previous application. Although it wasn't considered, it was viewed and it was asked to have a reduction of that bluestone. HSAB reviewed this and they really didn't have any concerns because it's not visible. They did say they would like to see a little curvature to the back wall, and I'm not opposed to that at all.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. And is there an addition of a pergola here? Is that a new element?
Yes, it is.
It is. Okay, thanks, Stephen. So let's hear from HSAB.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a non-contributing structure within the old historic district boundaries. HSAB took a look at this on January 31st. They said that the stone wall should have rounded corners to soften the appearance. And they did notate that any outdoor lighting should be kept at a minimum and meet the dark skies compliant bylaw. I would agree. That this site obviously is not visible from the public way. The proposed bluestone's nice to see the reduction, but does have some sharp edges and it'd be nice to have it a little bit softer. Other than that, those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Who wants to start?
I will.
Thank you.
Was this Hokanen's house?
Yes.
Yeah, you can't see this from anywhere, even the neighbor's yard. I have no problem with any of it.
Okay, thanks, Val. Let's see, Diane?
Well, over, if you can't see it, then I guess it's okay.
Okay, thank you. Abby's on vacation, so Carrie?
I'm fine with this too. I think the square edges are fine. They reflect the square edges of the weird pool. And the curves reflect the curvy part. So I'm fine with this.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sure. Let's see, Val, Diane, John?
Yes, sir. Would you jack up 3 notches on that, please? What you have? Your hardscaping. It's show right in. I can read a little bit of it because there might possibly be a visibility thing here, although it's on the back of the lot, or looking in the driveway. I was just curious of what they got for bushes, because sometimes people say they're gonna put this or that, and we don't check it, like this one here. Nobody checks it, and when they put it, all that hardscaping in there, plus the bushes, trying to protect it, that they put in stuff when it's 2 foot tall. You see right over them. So I'm just curious about this happening a lot.
You can't see this from anywhere, John.
I'm sorry?
You can't see this from anywhere, not even the neighbor's yard.
That's what everybody says. You can't see it. You
The
can't see
plan
it.
didn't
I
been
went and looked at it.
I got you. All right, forget it. I passed.
All right. I'm okay with it. We want to make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
There we go. Thanks, Diane. On the motion, Val,
I,
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane on your motion,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. All
Thanks,
right.
guys. Have a good night.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, new roof walk at 2 Ann's Lane. Do we have somebody to rep?
Mr. Chair, Anton Dimo for the applicant.
Oh, hi. Yeah, how you doing?
Very well, yourself?
Good, thank you.
Ready when you are.
Okay.
Yeah, can we go to the cover page? I think at the top of the PDF. Oh, is this the top? Okay, so this is a request in front of you. The application is a request for a new roof walk. It is an existing building, and the owners just want to incorporate a new roof walk on top of it. That's pretty much it. The trim will be white to match the exterior trim. The roof walk is with a dimension of 12 feet by 8 feet. It's centered in the existing gable end roof, roughly a third from the length of the roof. And the desire from the owners was to have an exterior access to that roof walk from the second floor deck.
Okay.
Since the existing building can, the desire is to not disturb the interior of the building while accessing that roof walk. There's some photos from Ann's Lane that I've incorporated into the drawing set. Esmeralda, is this the drawings or is this the reductions? I think there should be a better quality drawings.
We can sort of make it out.
Okay.
I mean, it's legible. We know what you're doing.
Okay.
So can I see the locus, please?
Ray, I'd like to take this.
You'd like to speak on this, John?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I have comments.
No, right. So, John, I'll get to you after we hear from Wisconsin Advisory, okay? So, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a contemporary, non-contributing circa 1994 infill in the old historic district, or old historic district, I should say. Wisconsin took a look at this on January 31st. And I will notate that the chair, Mr. Benchley, recused. This roof walk, not associated in any way with the existing chimney, is unprecedented in its design and location. Exterior access by means of an open ladder from the second floor deck is ungainly, dangerous, and inappropriate. Access to roof walks is traditionally from inside. Members have concurred that a roof walk of any kind would be inappropriate. And from staff's perspective, while I agree with SAB, historically roof walks are accessed from the interior and located near a chimney. Reference page 84, building with Nantucket in mind, access should be from a traditional hatchway or scuttle with a wood cover. Appreciate it being proposed on a full 2-story. As recommended in building with Nantucket in mind, as that is historically appropriate. So those are the comments for your consideration, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Uh,
Hang on. Abby, are you back? Thought I just heard Abby.
I'd like to do it.
Well, hang on, John. 1 second. I want to make sure that I have the board on.
Yeah, all right.
Abby is not back, right?
No, I'm not, I mean, I can be.
Well, no,
I-
you
I-
don't have to be. I just wanted to make sure that if you weren't, that we had an associate member assigned. So
No,
Stephen, it's your turn.
Okay.
Or do you want to be?
Give Stephen a chance to go
Okay.
go with this.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Stephen, you good?
Yeah.
Well.
Wait a
Yeah,
second.
John answered for me.
Yes. he did.
Sideways, John. Did you
Yes.
notice he's sideways the other way tonight?
Oh,
We're getting
no.
a different
Oh.
sideways.
Yeah. Okay, so Stephen's in. All right, so let's go. Oh, John, you wanted to start on this, so go ahead.
This in here I wanted to speak on, yes.
Yes,
All right.
I know you do. Go ahead.
I'll speak for the whole island, okay? There's a few of these roof ladders or stairs coming down from one. There's one down there on Welch Street. They look horrible. If you're going to have a roof walk, then you enter and exit through the roof walk. That should be one of the good policies of this board, because this one here up there, look at there, you see that red mark on the top left? That shows what it's going to look like. Come down the roof and then down to the deck there. You should not approve any of these. They're not typical to Nantucket with the ladder well coming down. So
Okay.
I'm definitely against it. Thank you.
All right, John, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just a point of information. Number one, I believe John meant Walsh Street. And number two, there currently is no Welch Street on Nantucket.
Oh, but there should be.
Well, not yet. There isn't yet.
They should do a subdivision that has a street named after each member of this board.
There you go.
I think that's a fabulous idea. Put that on as other business for next Tuesday. Anyway, Stephen, do you want to opine on this one?
Yeah, I disagree with Mr. McLaughlin. I think that it suits the character of the house. I would want to see, the only small quibble I would have is that, could we go in 3 clicks on number 1 on the left side, please? Is that it would take a ladder form versus a more steep angle than that. That part looks odd to me.
So,
but it
what do
becomes
you-
less functional, and therefore then it goes inside, which is all part of my mad logic.
Wait, so I'm not quite understanding. Are you saying that you want to make the ladder steeper?
I think that the lower portion of the ladder that's more vertical needs to be steeper and against the house. I also recognize the fact that if it's done that way, it's not going to be practical to use, and therefore it's going to have to go inside the house. But I'm not against the idea of the ladder itself on that particular home in that particular location.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Is that it, Stephen?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's see. Then it's to Diane.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry,
go ahead.
Mr. Chair. What are the colors?
White.
Point.
Okay. I prefer a natural to weather skirt. I think that's more appropriate.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, I'll go.
Your turn.
I think the location of the roof walk is inappropriate. Looks like it'll tip the house over. No problem. I think the ladder going up the roof is something we have not done. There's one house down on Brown Point, as Johnny said, it's a story house and it's a little roof walk on top. Why they need a roof walk on Ann's Lane, I don't know. It's on the wrong part of it. It should be in the middle where we usually do it, not on the tallest gable on the right, and then put the roof walk on top of that. I don't know what the full height is, but nevertheless, I just think the whole thing is inappropriate in an area that we're trying to maintain of a family or a streetscape. And this is visible. Anne's Lane is visible from down below. It's visible on all sides. So keep that in mind. Otherwise, that's it. I'm against it.
Okay, Diane, thank you. How about you, Val?
Yeah, I went out there today and it is very visible from Ann's Lane, even with the hedges that are there. And Anton has a picture that illustrates it really well. Page 14. I don't mind the roof walk. I think it's appropriate because you could say that to me is like the front of the house and then they added back toward Sankaty. It's just having the ladder in such a visible place. But in terms of the roof walk, I'm okay with it. So if, you know, they come up with a different access, I'm okay.
So with the different.
And there is no skirt on it at all. It's open, so.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Make it more natural than that.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So I guess I'm okay with the roof walk too in natural. I would love for the exterior access to be as discreet as possible. What should we do with this, folks?
I think we should hold for a revision.
Okay. So I thought it was going in that direction. Okay. Yeah, that bent ladder stair is very kind of peculiar as seen in this axonometric. Okay, who wants to make a motion to hold for revision? Did you already do that, Val?
I will.
Yeah. Okay.
So moved.
All
And
right.
putting a porch over that deck,
Was that? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
just giving you an idea.
Yeah.
Anyway, John has made a motion to hold for revisions. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
John on your motion.
Yes.
All right, I'm in favor too. So that motion carries.
Thank you.
Next up, you're welcome. Next up, 23 Friendship. Do we have somebody to rep? Don't all shout at once. Anybody?
I think it's pretty straightforward.
Should we give it a try?
Chairman, Mr. Pikarczyk was here. I do not see him in the queue.
Well, but Val is saying it's straightforward, so maybe we should just go for it and see whether we encounter any difficulties.
That's only my perception from looking at it.
Oh, let's give it a try. And if it gets muddy, we'll pull it and wait for rep. But why hold it up? Okay, so 23 Friendship. First thing is garage demo move off. Carrie, you want to sit on this one?
Sure, I'm here.
All right, thanks. It doesn't look like this building is very old. Is that garage attached to the house?
Yeah. Yes.
Wait a second. So it looks, I'm looking at the next application. It's looking like they're pulling it off of the house and are going to relocate it to some other spot on the property.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
may I speak on this?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, so when this application came in, he was proposing to demo this garage
Okay.
because they're building a second dwelling on the back. And what he was explaining to me is that they don't have any space to move the modular, it's a modular home, so they don't have space on either side to move the truck with the modular home unless they remove this garage. So that's why he has two applications. One would be either to demo this garage or to move the garage onto the front of the house temporarily until they finish building that modular home.
And then put it back.
And then put it back, yes.
Oh,
Yes, what he explained was that.
but, okay, so it's almost like we could grant him both. I mean, unless people have objections to either the demo of the garage or the temporary relocation of the garage in the front of the property with the understanding it's going back.
Right. And I think he put in two just in case we wanted it to be,
Yeah, I
yeah.
hear you. That makes sense.
I don't have any problem with this because from what it looked like, or it's going to be rebuilt the way it is. So, yeah.
Okay. Carrie, can you be on these two? I
Yeah.
already asked you that and you said yes. So do you have anything to say on this?
Yeah, I don't think I have a problem with it either, but I don't think it should sit permanently anywhere. I mean,
Well, we can put a fuse on it.
we need to, yeah, we need to
Give
say.
him
it
like
has
a
to-
2-year window, after which time he has to relocate it. or
Yeah,
come
because it
back
looks
to
like
us.
it would just be plopped in the front yard somewhere, right?
It seems that way, yes.
Yeah.
Do we have a spot where this is gonna go? And if not, we can kind of require it to go someplace.
I believe he said if they would dismantle it, it would probably sit in the front yard. But I do not.
Now,
What's the setback?
But
in
like,
that?
see the driveway? It would make the most sense to just plunk it down in the driveway somewhere.
You know what? Maybe we should just hold for a little more information
Yeah.
of where the modular's going and the
Can I-
temper.
Okay, he does have an application in for a demo move off. Move off meaning move it completely off the site. If somebody wants to take it, then they'd have to do a move on somewhere. Can we approve that?
Yes.
All right,
Because if he plops it in the front yard, it's going to be in the setback. He's got a
Right.
30-foot setback and it's not going to fit
oh,
the
good
rest of
point.
the.
So maybe the only safe thing, not that we need to concern ourselves with that, but no sense approving something that's not going to work.
If I may, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
it's only temporarily until they build that modular home. And
Well,
then
no, I understand that, Esmeralda, but the issue is even temporarily, I don't think he's allowed to plunk it in the front yard setback.
Understood.
I don't think.
Well,
You know?
no, and we don't know the ground cover and all that. So let's just do the demo move off.
Yeah, okay, so does somebody want to move that one?
I will.
Okay, thanks. So Val has made a motion to approve the demo move off of the garage. On that motion, Diane,
aye.
thank you. John,
Hey,
thank you. Carrie,
Aye.
and Val on your motion.
Aye.
I'm in favor. And then the next one we'll just hold for representation, okay?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, John.
So moved.
I have a comment. I wanted to make a comment before we got involved in too much.
Okay,
Size of the garage is not that large.
that's
But
right.
If you put it around to the back of the house, so it won't be seen mostly from Prince Street Lane, and move the garage around back about 10 or 15 feet behind the main house, you solve a problem right there. Thank you.
Well, that's a good idea, John. So it's sort of up to him to decide that. But so what we have right now, John, is the move on the site. We need to hold that for representation so he can explain it to us. So who made the motion to approve not approve, to hold the move on site? Who made that motion?
I will.
Okay, so Val has made the motion to hold the second application for a move on site. On that motion, Diane,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Aye.
Very good. Carrie,
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, so that's that. Now we're to Act Smart. Anybody rep in there?
Yeah, hey guys, it's Tim Carruthers here.
Hello.
How's everybody?
Good. Abby, you back?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry. What were you did you hear me clinking my fork and knife together here?
That was so annoying. We kept
I'm
all
so
shouting at you to
sorry.
stop, but you didn't hear us. So you're back, and Tim's gonna tell us all about this solar roof array. What you got?
Yes. So it's on 4 Meoxys Way, which is off Bartlett Farm Road. If you look at the site plan there, you can see the array is broken up into 4 sections. And we did this primarily to ensure that there's nothing going to be on the front of the house. The roof is black asphalt shingles. Here's the 2 elevations. So the northeast elevation there, that's actually on the back of the house. And then on the southeast elevation, that's the right of the house. And you can see those pitches there. One is on a porch on the bottom, ground level, and then there's a small 3 panels on a dormer. Those are both a low pitch 12.5 pitch. And then there are some panels, which is, as you look at it there on that southeast elevation, that's actually on the back of the main mass of the structure. And they're going to be shielded from that dormer. You can imagine if you're standing on the front of the house, that's actually going to be screened by that dormer. So that's what we got today.
Okay. Thanks, Tim. Who wants?
And
to
unfortunately, that's just an empty lot. That's where the house is going.
Okay. Who wants to start? Come on.
I will.
Thank you.
Tim, is it black, the roof?
Yes. It's going to be black asphalt roof.
I'm okay with this application.
Okay.
It's a little chopped up, but it's away from the road and it's a black roof. And I think he's done a good job with integrating it on the lower roof plane. So slighter pitch, I mean,
Okay. Who's next?
I'll go next.
Thank you, John.
Yes, I think where its location is going to be in My Oaks, I think it's fine for it there. It's not in the HDC area, and it's well performed on the design. I think it's ready to move along.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Diane?
Well, it follows our guidelines. I think personally that there's any way you go around, you see it. I think it's a lot of panels, but they're facing away and they're not visible.
15.
And so there you are.
Okay. Thank you. Abby?
So Diane, if I could ask one of the other boy, why does everybody say this is not visible? I don't quite understand.
we're not saying that. We're saying it follows the guidelines.
Okay. Could I just have a look at the site plan for a second? Okay, so there it is. And so you get, there it is, right there. So it's a little choppy for me, and I really think it's in view of the street. So I'm going to be cautious on this one.
Okay, Abby. Black roof, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it's behind that other house that came through. It's not right at the corner. and it's facing mainly away from Bartlett Farm Road. I'm
It's
okay.
facing Bartlett's solar panels.
Not really, but it's in the vicinity of them, certainly. Yeah. I'm okay. I'm okay. Can we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
All right, let's see how that goes. Okay, so Val's made a motion to approve. On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Okay, John.
Aye.
Okay, Abby.
I'm a nay.
Okay, Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you very
Okay.
much, everybody. Appreciate it.
Night, night. Now we're Val Oliver. She's got a monopoly on this board, let me tell you.
Ha!
So,
It's only taken 3 months. No.
let's see. So Stephen, can you sit in on this one?
Sure.
Val sadly has to recuse from her own application.
Mhm.
There's some rule about that or something.
I'm sure we'll still hear from her.
Okay, so a new dwelling at 10 Lewis Court.
I not gonna even try to save Latko's last name.
Oh,
It's a second dwelling
Hajnaki.
for a behind a smaller house on 10 Lewis Court, 27 by 39. It's a modular at the back of the lot. Natural to weather trim, black windows and doors, black roof, and 2/2 windows. Yeah, that's it. It's at the very back of the lot, and it actually backs up to, interestingly, 17 Fairgrounds, which I did represent as well, that also had a 2-story duplex approved, and I have that. I can share the screen with you in back of this, but that was just for an aside.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Brooke?
Brooke.
Yeah.
Butter. I only want to point out on Lewis Court, there are no 2-story buildings. They're all 1.5 or ranch. And this would definitely stand out. I understand it's behind a structure. But I think you've got the Hastings, that's a 1-story ranch, which I know it'll probably change. But right up on, up and down both sides, it's capes and ranches. Now, I understand those will probably eventually change, but I think that 29 feet 6 in this neighborhood is a little overwhelming. I think as a modular, they could probably at least do a shed dormer and still get the same program here. Anyway, it's a small neighborhood with small structures, and I think this definitely is a little bit out of context.
Interesting point, Brooke. Okay, thanks. Board.
Yeah, I'll go.
I'll go.
Let's do Abby first, then you, Diane, okay?
So I actually agree with the abutter. I've been I feel that the houses in this neighborhood are 1-story, predominantly 1-story. And I don't understand the scale of this. So I just think it's out of scale for the neighborhood.
Okay.
I'll stop at that.
All right. Thank you, Abby. Diane?
I believe that also. Peggy Lubin, who I've known for 50 years, is on the corner of Newtown Road and Lewis Court. And she has a little, they all have, as Brooke said, they all have mostly one story and maybe a story and a half. And this would end the originality of Lewis Court. If this was put in, then they'd all start. So I think it's too tall.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, Diane. John,
Yes.
your
All
turn.
right.
John.
Okay. I find, what is the height of this, please?
29.
Yeah, okay. Knowing the area, I find this house is compatible. It's surrounded by 2.5-story houses, all up North Liberty Street, at the beginning in North Liberty, and up to the state police barrack. It's all good-sized stories.
That's not where this house
Yeah.
is.
Wait, you let me finish. I don't interrupt you. Thank you. God, you really know how to get on somebody.
Oh, John, continue.
Thank you, Ray.
All right. Thanks, John.
I find about most of this structure is compatible for the neighborhood. So I can't see any reason why it shouldn't be taken care of it. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, John. Stephen.
I think the house is compatible with the neighborhood John's talking about. But in this neighborhood, there might be a little bit of a challenge. I think it would be more successful with the rest of the board if we're a 1 3/4 with some dormer, large dormers on the front and the back. For me, if given its distance from the street, knowing this area pretty well, if it were to have a, like a 7'6" second floor ceiling, knock 6 inches off the height, that would help. And I think the concept of more of a farmer's porch on the front, which is to say wider than what's currently proposed, would also give it a more appropriate kind of feel for the area, which is rural, and this has more of a 5-bay look, formal. And I don't know who's eating, but I hope you're having a wonderful time with whatever you're chewing on. And I think other than that, if this were to be approved as a modular, given the location and the concerns about height, I would suggest that the height would only be approved. The height would be approved subject to it being a modular, and that if it were stick built, then it would have to lose 6 inches off the height. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let me make sure that I understood what you just said. So we've done this modular thing before where if it's modular, you grant an exception, but if it's stick built, you don't. But were you okay with the 2 stories or not? I missed that.
I am. I was just saying that it seems pretty obvious that a 1 3/4 story is probably going to have better luck than a 2-story. I believe
in passing.
Yes, and I believe that I would feel more comfortable with this particular application if somewhere in the structure, other than the roof slope, they lost 6 inches. And I happen to suggest the second floor, which is 8 feet tall.
Right. Okay. All right. Thanks, Stephen. Yeah.
Can I let the owner say anything?
Okay.
Vladko, are you on?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening.
Would you like to say anything?
Yes, if I may have a word, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
We can lose 6 inches of the height because on the proposition, the first floor it's 9 feet, so we can make it 8 feet.
Well, that's a foot.
8'6", we can do it because you guys said 6 inches that way.
Well, no, one person said 6 inches.
Yeah,
okay.
Comment on those 6 inches, we can put it down a little bit, but because on the other side of me, we are on Lewis Court, but the house it's almost close to fairgrounds. And if we look at the fairgrounds, all my neighbors are 2-story. And if you go down the street and up the street, they're all the same. And the neighborhood, it's changing slowly. On the other side, the same on Lewis Court. So that's only what I have to say.
Okay, thank you. So I don't think I actually voiced my opinion about this yet, but I would like to see a reduction in height that was more than 6 inches, and whether that required or encouraged this to dormer in the form of shed dormers is up to the applicant. So could we have some revisions on this, folks? Oh, actually, let me just have a motion of any kind, honestly. See where it goes.
I'll make a motion to hold for some height revisions.
Okay, sounds good, Stephen. Thank you. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
John,
Comment, Mr. Chairman, I have one comment. Well, the
Yeah.
way Mr. Welch described this as a change, he's hitting right on it. So I think I agree with this. Yes,
well, so you're in favor of Stephen's motion to hold for revisions then, right?
yes.
Okay, very good. Stephen, on your motion.
I'm an aye too.
All right, I knew that was coming, and I'm in favor. So that's the story there. Okay, thank you. And now to Joe Topham.
Good evening, everyone.
Aye.
Aye.
Do you guys know today's 2/22/22?
On Tuesday.
Oh my gosh.
I feel like we should do something.
It reminds me of my favorite TV show, Room
Room
220.
222.
Wasn't that the best show ever?
That shows
Val,
how
are you,
we are.
Val, are you wearing a,
all adjourn and we go get drinks.
Val, are you wearing a tutu?
2 drinks, 2,222 drinks.
Yes, 2 drinks each.
Thanks for pointing that out.
That's all good. No, this is great.
Okay.
So this is 6 Lowell Place. You approved the original design, but now we want to remove the added massing to the north and south, and we want to change the fenestration manufacturer, and that is all.
Wow. So are you simply making the building smaller?
Yes, back to its original footprint, more or less, without the front porch.
Why did you drag us through all that stuff if you're going to do this?
Oh, just what
Just
it
to
is
torture us.
the rock, the rock face block. We're having trouble getting that through COVID, so we're just trying to get a new roof on the main mast because it is starting to leak and destroy.
You don't
the
need to explain, Joe. I mean,
Well,
now, so when you say change, oh, I see, Anderson's.
Yes.
I think we're going to get some comments on HSAB from that.
Yes. Well, there is a
that's my
house about, as far as I can throw a baseball, within the neighborhood that has Anderson's.
Okay. Well, let's hear from HSAB.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes. So first of all, originally this was as a circa 1933 cape, obviously proposed to be altered with the revisions or the changes that you all originally approved. And the revisions before you, HSAB took a look at them on January 31st. The upper left window on the north side should match others in the line with the one below. The south mullion window should have divided lights, and the windows should be true divided lights. I appreciate the reduction in the scale of the proposal, although yes, we all had an engaged process. Thanks, Joe. The windows should remain TDL, and I had a question on understanding that you're really just taking those flanking additions off. And my question is, the finished fenestration on either side, are those the original fenestration and you're just wanting to replace them, or are those, that's where it was confusing for me. So that would, one thing that I wanted clarity on are those openings. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Who wants to start?
I'll go.
Thanks, John.
Yes, sir. I find that could we go up couple notches, please? Okay, I see the south is fine. The proposed south, I, I can't even read that stuff. It's so small. Can we go to the north, please? West is fine. And north. Fine. Is it, I take it that on the north elevation, looking at that thing on the right, is that an outdoor shower?
Yes.
Okay, yes, thank you. Well, the fenestration change, you're taking the window out?
No, he wants to change them all to Anderson windows, John.
I got you, yeah. I grew up in that house.
Wow. Okay.
It's a quiet area. No, I find it's all appropriate, the changes. Thank you for the neighborhood.
Okay, thanks. All right. Abby?
Well, I'm certainly okay with the elimination of the wings, although I thought it was a really good job working on this house. I'm on the fence about the Anderson windows. Now, does that mean, so they wouldn't be true divided?
No.
So they would not have storm windows, and they would be they would be that insulated. And what is proposed for color on these, on the sashes? Are they green?
White.
White. Is there anything else in the neighborhood that has those windows, or are they mostly
Yep.
true divided
There are two structures in the neighborhood that have them.
that have these SDLs?
Correct.
Okay, all right. I'd like to hear what other people have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Diane?
Yep, I think that the windows, particularly on the front, should stay TDLs. That's what's there now, and we should keep them. Otherwise, I am delighted with the reduction of the building, putting it back the way it was. And that's what I think should be TDLs, at least on the front of the building, as was mentioned to us at some time, that the SDLs were okay if you were 100 feet back and you couldn't tell the difference. But this is not 100 feet back, it's right up. And there are houses along there that sort of meander around the historic district. So I'd like to see that windows go to TDLs.
Okay. Thanks, Diane.
Yeah.
Val, did I get you?
Nope.
Okay.
I appreciate all the changes. I think if the first floor windows on the front were TDL, I don't think the second floor you're gonna notice whether they're SDL or not, and the rest of them could certainly be SDL.
Okay. Joseph, I think we're getting closer to yes on this. It sounds like you could give us in your sunroom edition there, true divided lights, and then everything on the second floor and on the sides would go to SDL.
Originally, the application was for Marvin, so I will keep those as Marvin's and the rest would go to Anderson.
Oh, great idea.
Perfect.
Okay. Does somebody want to turn that into a motion for me?
I will.
Okay.
Motion to approve with the sunroom windows being Marvin and the rest changing to Anderson.
Love it. Okay, thanks a lot. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
John.
Chairman, I have to admit something. I missed something. The front door is the front door is solid glass. Could we look at it?
It's just,
I don't think it is solid glass, is it?
Could we go back?
No.
Sorry.
Mr. Chair?
Let's
through you.
quickly flip to that, please. Joe, just tell us.
It's the original door.
It's the original door, John.
There it is, right there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
know.
the original
but
door,
it's
Johnny.
the original door in the house that you grew up in.
Wait, wait. Two people talking at once. Okay. I find the door is inappropriate because there's more glass than there is wood paneling. And usually we change them. So if Mr. Toppins is agreeable.
Okay.
It's an existing door.
It's an existing door, John.
Okay, sorry, forget I spoke. Thank you. I'm in favor.
You're in favor. Okay, thank you. Let's see, and Val on your motion,
I,
and I'm in favor. I think I got everybody right. Okay, thanks, Joe.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Mr. Chair, may I have a 5-minute?
Of course you can.
Thank you.
All right, so let's go down to Carrie, I guess. I lost track, but. Okay, Ethan?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right.
Fine, thank you. All right, 278.
278 Pulpus. Just to kind of refresh your memory, this is about a 20-acre parcel of land.
Oh, yeah.
That is on Pulpus Harbor.
Yeah.
This one-bedroom cottage is roughly 1,500 feet from the road, Pulpus Road, and it's almost 600 square feet from the water line. So limited visibility, as the board's noted in the past. This application involves some fairly minor fenestration changes where we are reconfiguring some pre-approved or already approved large pieces of glass. I think what's going to be most substantive to the board is this roof walk that we're proposing. We looked at a number of other structures on the island, which is page 6. You scroll up there, and these aren't necessarily precedent. They're sort of things that we thought were interesting to kind of give a little bit of kind of color to what we're going for, which is a sort of a roof walk on what is otherwise sort of a 70s style ranch cottage that has been expanded. Again, I think our visibility is certainly far less than any of these photos, but just to give you a little more sort of background. And I think that's about it. It's all natural to weather, natural Western yellow cypress. So get nice and silver and match the roof. And I think that is about it.
Okay. Thanks, Ethan. Who would like to start?
Well,
Okay, go ahead, John.
thank you. My comments are that looking at all of the photos here, or drawings, that there's a lot of idiocracy in the architecture of these buildings. They're all like a modernization part of it, where they have square this and square that. So I'm finding that a lot of this is around. But these are back in the 50s, some of these in Nantucket. So, you know, they're inappropriate, some of these. They would be.
Okay.
Okay, now the skylight has to be in upper 2/3 of the roof. That's one comment. That might be existing, I don't know. I think that's the one in Nantucket with the top.
Yeah, I think,
Whatever you call it.
Ethan, correct me if I'm wrong, with that skylights that's already been approved, right?
Correct. Yeah. And really all the glazing has really been approved to some extent. We're really just changing the configuration of the glass panels essentially. So the quantity of glazing is remaining.
All right, that's good. Thanks. Continue, John.
Okay, the roof walk is, that doesn't look appropriate with the way it's built with those three rail top to it. It's not appropriate for that. It should have not a transom, but better protection than that. You want to go over each one of these?
No, I just want your general comments.
Yeah, it's all those these are not all the photos, so to look at, to see them.
Okay.
Okay, all right, on this one, Mr. Chairman, which elevation is it? The top one?
The
With
top
bay-
one,
With the bay window, what is,
that's
I-
north,
I can't read it.
north. It's north. It's north, John.
Yeah, I know, Ray, but it's awful uneasy to not be able to know which is elevation it is.
Maybe
doesn't-
blow it up for him a
Yeah.
little bit, if somebody could.
Now, if you do them all up in the air, we can see them, it'd be nice. Yes. That's a garage, okay. All right, okay. Okay,
Hey, John, can we
Yes.
move it along a little bit? Thank you.
so what?
Could you move it along? I'd really love to have your comments so I can get to the other board members.
Okay, all right. Go back to the. I don't even know what side it's on. There's a side here that's got a big, the roof walk. Could I look at the 4 sections of the roof walk? I think one has a picture window in it. That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, but the picture window is approved, John,
Is what?
was approved. It was approved.
It was approved?
Yes.
Not me. Anyway, all right, forget it.
I think he was talking about there's a window in the wall of the, what's the thing?
The roof walk.
Yeah.
Yes.
That. Yeah,
There it
you mean that there, John?
That looks like.
Yes, again?
That looks like the building out in the airport.
Hmm,
That should be changed. Get rid of that.
okay.
Thank you. That's my
All right,
comment.
thanks, John. Let's see, Diane.
What is Ethan asking for? Just to change the, to
He's-
change what?
He's moving some windows around that were already approved, but the main thing, of course, is the roof walk.
Yeah, that's what I just wanted to be sure. I don't know. I don't think I can approve that roof walk as it is. I know that it's 600 feet here and 200 feet there, but I don't know whether you can see it from the harbor. But I think it's an inappropriate one, unfortunately. So there you are.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I'll go.
Yeah, please.
I think this building is really cute, and I think this thing takes away from that. I think the different fenestration gives it interest. The different materials on the walls are interesting. I could see something happening up there, but not this flat, weird thing. Sorry, I don't mean to say weird, but this thing that is not typical at all. I could see you popping up a little bit of a second floor with some windows in there. But yeah, that's all.
Okay, thanks, Carrie. We heard from John, Diane, Val. Val?
I wasn't
Oh,
on it.
No, wait, what?
Oh, is this
Wait.
already happened?
Wait, Abby, are you off or is Val off?
I was
Abby?
off.
Okay, Abby, it's your turn.
Okay, all right, so I'm trying to get into this creative mood that Ethan's in. I can kind of see a roof walk on top of that massing, but I can't really see the windows in it. So I wouldn't be for the whole thing, just a partial. That's all I have there.
When you say you wouldn't be for the whole thing, just a partial, what do you mean?
Yeah, so, okay, so it's a long, it's a thought process, and I've just sort of see something sort of 60s. I can sort of see a roof walk on that massing. It could even be larger than that, but I don't see the windows incorporated into the skirt. See how there are
Oh, yeah.
windows into
Yeah,
the,
okay, all right.
so I think it's just a bridge too far.
Okay.
So maybe another,
Okay,
alterations.
yeah. So Ethan, this very much reminds me of that building that I reluctantly approved to be demolished right off of Cliff Road on your way to Lincoln Circle. That sort of funky 60s building, which I believe has this big boxy roof walk on top with horizontal.
To Highland.
That's a
Thank
two-story
you,
building.
to Highland.
Aren't
Yeah,
they
and so
great?
every time I drive by it, I'm just like waiting
Oh.
to see it gone. Because it's really, it's whether or not it's contributing is a matter of debate, but I do find that architecture appealing. And I think that you've done a good job with this. So I'm in the minority, but I think that this is all fine. So that's my thing. But so also the visibility of this, if at all, is going to be like unbelievably limited. So can somebody make a motion on this?
Why don't we just hold for some revisions and
Yeah,
see?
I think that's the safe route. Thank you. That's your motion, right, Abby?
Yes.
Okay, so that was Abby's motion on Abby's motion. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. John?
Your motion, please.
To hold for revisions.
Thank you. Yes.
And you're good. Okay. Carrie?
Aye.
Thank you. And Abby on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thanks, Ethan.
Thank you all very much.
All right, so next up we got 10 Beaver, re-roof. Fine luxury homes. Do we have somebody to rep? Oh, yes, we do. Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Hi. Let me just make sure. Val, are you back?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, you are back. Okay, so it's back to the regular board. Okay, re-roof Beaver Street. You want to just walk us through this, please?
Yes, so I'm actually changing the roof on the property at the moment from 3-tab to architectural shingles.
Oh, right. I think we tried to do this last time and it looked like it was getting a little controversial. So that's the story. What color architectural?
It's the same color, sir.
Same color, just architectural. Okay.
Yes.
And then I know this is redundant, but let's hear from HSAB again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So they took a look, this, first of all, for the age of this structure is kind of in question. It's located within the old historic district. I see in the tax assessor, which I don't like to go by, it says a 1920s cottage. NHL data says actually a circa 1970s cottage. So there's a span. I will notate that from a National Historic Landmark designation perspective, that actually does meet the time frame of contributing. Nonetheless, HSAB did take a look at this January 31st, and they had that same comment of 3-tab shingles are preferred within the old historic district. This is located in the old historic district. But from a staff's perspective, this does not seem to be at the end of the day, the age of the structure should come into compliance or come into play. However, architectural Maury Black shingles are approvable within the old historic district. So
Okay.
it'd be nice to know the exact age of this structure. I think it's more of an infill than any of the other structures that are along Beaver Street, which is an older street within the old OHD.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Holly.
I can jump in if.
Yeah, please.
I'm okay with it.
Oh.
Moray black, moray eel black, yes.
Okay, that was easy. Who's next?
I will. I'm
Thank
as
you.
well.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Well, I would, just to be different, I will go with a 3-tab architectural.
Did you say just to be difficult or just to be different?
Just to be different.
Okay. Got to keep it, got to shake up the mix every now and again around here. Okay, Diane, thank you.
Right.
John?
Wants to re-roof it a different color or what?
No, not a different color. He wants to go from 3-tab to architectural.
Well, fine, I'm in favor of it.
All right, I think we can move it. Somebody want to go?
Motion to approve.
That was from Val on Val's motion. Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
No.
Okay, John?
Aye.
All right, Val on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, so the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you for attending. Okay, next up, 24 Medui Creek Road. Bye. 24 Medui Creek Road. I believe I saw Smith and Hutton in a queue.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Mr.
Hi,
Chair. How
hi.
are you tonight?
I'm gonna sit off this one, Mr. Chair.
Jeez Louise. Okay, so now it's to Stephen. Stephen, you still there?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Right. So we've got an existing dwelling. It was built roughly 93, designed by Gwen Thorson. It's in a private neighborhood just off of Wawanett Road. That's Medowee Creek. It's pretty well concealed from the street. The east side abuts up to significant wetlands, as well as the south and west elevations. The existing north side of the house is screened by a privet hedge, which we're proposing via the landscape submission, which was approved, replacing with a more native bayberry hedge. So it's pretty well secluded from the street.
Right.
The existing dwelling, the south yard is roughly like 6 feet lower than the north, and there's no pedestrian scale. So really what we're proposing on the south and west sides are a porch and a pergola to help bring down the visual scale of the house. It's also an upside down, so really it's also about providing access as well for the clients. You'll see in the photos, really the south and west side really kind of feel like a skyscraper when you're standing in the yard. Overall, we're going to replace all the windows with new units in existing opening sizes, and new units in new locations will match kind of typical sizes. We're proposing Anderson E-Series. We're hoping to change the sashes from white to country blue, which is very similar to Hamilton blue. We're proposing changing, the doors are a little more irregular. Some are being reused and relocated. Some are being replaced entirely. And some, of course, are new units and new locations, depending on the elevation. Going around the building, the north elevation, which is the street side, that's the least amount of proposed work. That's probably the first page. There, we're just proposing replacing the X railing, doing some fenestration changes on the left side, which is the garage. So minor changes there along the street. If you go to the east elevation, that is the next elevation. That is the entry side. There's a little more significant fenestration changes, particularly on the second floor. The existing front door is a French patio unit, so we're going to replace that with a real front door, 12 light over a panel with side lights. Again, this is really tucked around the corner from the house, so you don't even really see it from the street. The existing garage, we're proposing putting a bifold unit and getting rid of the garage with new lattice panels for each side. And then on the left there, you can see the new pergola kind of inside section. The existing infill porch that's there is way understructured. There's no access to the ground. It really feels like a 2-story wing on top of what on that elevation feels like a 3-story house. So we're proposing demolishing roughly 400 square feet for outdoor space for the pool, which was approved in a landscape submission.
Okay.
And
That's
that's
it?
page.
Now, I know this house, but do you have photographs of the house? I think it would help your presentation.
Yeah. So there's the north elevation that faces the street. So that is where we're proposing the bifold unit. That garage, kind of looking at the curb cut at an angle, the curb cut is actually going to kind of move. Like right now, you kind of see that vista. So that is actually going to get screened even more with the new curb cut location,
Okay.
which was on a separate application. And again, this east side is really screened because it's solid wetlands. So there you can see the front door is on the left there, tucked around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
That's the existing front door. That's that south wing. So that is way understructured and uninsulated on the floor. And you can really see in this photo, it has no presence on the ground plane. The existing ridge there is, I think, 31 foot 6, and we're proposing raising the grade 2'4" on that elevation. That's the west side, so that is where a porch is being proposed. You can see there's no access to the outdoors on this elevation.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it feels like you're staring up at a huge house, and it's on a mound, so it really feels large. And again, I will say this fronts onto a wetland, so there's really no public visibility. Get another view. That is the northwest corner. This is the proposed rendering. There was this shed separately approved in the right. That is the new entry elevation in the east. That's just kind of zoomed out from the air.
Mm-hmm.
This is the proposed south elevation with the new pergola and lattice panels. New fenestration, we're proposing removing the master chimney. This is the west elevation, a new screen porch, balcony, and stair down to the pool deck. And then the last page is just the color that we're proposing, showing it next to the Hamilton blue.
Hamilton, yeah, okay. All right, thanks, very thorough.
Ready.
You're ready, Abby?
Yeah, I'm ready. I think I mean, it's an existing building. He's doing actually not so much to it. The pergola, I wish that was just at a 90-degree angle to the thing instead of slanting down like that. But that's, I mean, I think the blue is going to be fun. And I Googled it, GPS'd it, and yes, you can see it from Medui Creek, but it's pretty back into its own vegetation there. So I'm okay with it.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Diane?
Yeah, I got a couple questions. Why is the chimney coming out? Chimney gives it some depth. They have a huge roof walk, and they're taking out the chimney that gives it some point up there. I would like to see this chimney returned. And if I could have another elevation, I've got to propose. What are the windows, Ray? What are Anderson E's?
I don't really know. I'm not up to speed on Anderson's, but you know they're insulated glass windows.
Okay, and the only amount of dirt that's being moved is the 2.5 feet to lower that.
So we're
Yeah.
actually going to raise the south elevation grade. So we're actually bringing in some fill. I think there's some minor grading around the building, but for the most part, the entry terrace, especially and the north side, will stay the same. And then on the west, there might be some berming to help where it runs into the porch, but most of the grade change is really on the south, and it's bringing it up.
Okay, well, I'd like to see it. If we have another proposal, I'd like to see where it's coming up and how much you are bringing it up. I think it's important. We have a a thing of how much you can't lift it
Okay, so
so much.
Diane and
Yep.
Smith and Hutton there, correct me if I'm wrong, but look at this lower elevation. And what you're going to see is you're going to see a solid line for the grade.
Yep.
That is the proposed grade. And then you're going to see a dashed line underneath of it. That is the existing grade.
Correct.
You see that?
Yep.
So like if you look at the upper drawing, which is the existing conditions, you'll see that the solid line is the same thing as the dashed line in the lower drawing. So that is the proposed grade change on this project. Okay.
Okay. Well, it would be nice to have it in saying how much footage is how many inches, feet, or something, brother.
Yeah, I think he has said that it looks to me like it's about 2 feet max. Would you agree with that?
It's about 2.4, and it's noted, I think, on the application on the south elevation for the grade change.
Okay, thank you.
Well, maybe he can tell us what Anderson E's are.
So Anderson E is their aluminum clad unit. It is simulated divided light. It's their most premium offering. And I think that's as much as there is to say. I think we would be doing screens, of course. And yeah. And the new Anderson doors would be in the aluminum clad as well. Some of the existing units are
clad front doors.
I think the 2 doors that are on the north elevation are existing, and those are not technically the entry doors. I believe the door that's in the garage is actually going to be a Simpson unit, which would be wood. So there is a little bit of mixing. The existing units are a little bit varied.
Diane, go ahead.
I would like to see the front door at least be wood. I am not one to use plastic, vinyl, or whatever as the front door. I think we sort of have stayed away from something like that. So, and the vinyl clad windows, the Anderson E's, in the windows thing, I'd like to see what it is. How much vinyl do you see? Is it a vinyl?
Well, it's not vinyl, it's aluminum, I think.
It's aluminum, yes.
Aluminum. Well, that's fine if you want to have that. I would prefer a wood or a typical window that we use. I'm not sure how much you can see of this house, either from Medui Creek or from the harbor there. I don't know, but anyway, that's my statement as of now.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Let's see, John.
Thank you.
Yep, go.
My comment is, where are we? Wait a minute, let me look this up.
Oh, boy.
Medui Creek Road.
Yes.
About 30 to 35 years ago, a man came here and he bought all of Medui Creek, the whole land there, and he subdivided it. And they got quite a few trophy houses in there. But to say any of this is visible or not visible, Medui Creek Road is a private road. I can't think of the guy's name, but he put the rate in, subdivided it, and sold it. And so whether this is visible where it is, the only place you can see it from is from Popus Harbor.
Well, I can attest to this one, John. You can't
sorry?
see this house from Pulpus Harbor. It's not one of the ones on the water. It's inland.
Right. I'm
You
just
cannot see this. Yeah.
I haven't been down there in 5 years, so I'm just saying I'm going from memory.
Okay.
Okay, I'll pass.
All right. Who did I miss?
Could I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Abby.
I just wanted to know if the chimney really was going or because I see it in the picture in your drawing.
No.
So there are two chimneys.
Oh, there's two chimneys,
Oh.
yeah.
The one on the roof walk itself, so there's one that kind of punctuates the roof walk. We're proposing keeping that chimney. It's really the chimney on the farthest south elevation. One, so that we can get some more fenestration on that side. You can see there's kind of a blank wall where the chimney is. The chimney isn't articulated on the elevation, and the current chimneys are just plaster over what we assume is a wood frame. They're built fairly cheaply. So they're nothing really of a statement. And certainly we're trying to get a clear story on that elevation as well, I think, to help break it down a little bit.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Is that, who do I know? I missed somebody here. Who did I miss? I heard
On
from
this?
John. What?
Who's the alternate?
Is Val sitting off?
Yeah, I think she said yes.
Okay, so that's right. I said she takes a break all the time. So yes, Stephen, it is you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so we've heard a lot of terribly interesting conversation. I think this is appropriate as submitted. I'd make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, I think Joseph did a very nice job in his presentation. And number two, I think the HCC needs to come into the 2022s and we should have accurate renderings as the first pass on every single application before anyone even speaks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, well, so to Stephen's point there, I just wanted to commend you guys on the 3D stuff. Those renderings are very, very helpful.
They are, aren't they?
Thank you. That's nice of you to say.
So there's that, and I'm going to tell you that I'm in favor of Stephen's motion because I think this is actually an improvement to this house. It's not a bad house, but I think that everything that is proposed is improving it. So anyway, Stephen does have a motion on the table to approve as submitted. On that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Very good. Diane.
Hi.
Okay.
Aye.
John. John.
Aye.
Very good. Stephen, on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. All right, there we go. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Bye. Thanks, you too. All right, so now, Sophie, are you around?
I'm here.
Okay, very good. Let's see. Val, let me check in on Val. She just texted me.
Miss On Break is back.
Oh my goodness. So she's on for one. You're lucky, Sophie, but she's going to be off on the next 5, I'm sure. Okay, so let's go, Sophie. You got a new dwelling at 7 Heather Lane.
I do. Esmeralda, am I able to share my screen? It's saying I cannot.
What?
Try it again. It
Now
should
you
work.
are.
Okay, great. Are you guys seeing my screen?
No, we're seeing you.
We're seeing you.
You look great.
Thanks, guys.
Is it number 7 Heather Lane? I just wanted to put it in my.
7 Heather Lane, correct.
Thank you.
Shoot. Dave, can you come help me? So Esmeralda, you guys still not seeing my screen?
No,
No.
sorry.
Shoot. Okay, so Esmeralda, sorry for the lag. Don't want to take, Esmeralda, do you have the application for me?
I do, and I'd be happy to share.
Thank you. So 7 Heather, to orient you guys who don't drive by it every day, like I don't. If you're on Cliff and we're driving toward Nantucket, you take a right on Hinckley and then head toward the ocean.
Oh, yeah.
And two lots in from Esmeralda, if we go to that first page. And so 2 lots in before you hit the ocean, you take a right on Heather, and Heather sort of dead end. It's a dirt road, just like Hinckley, and it dead ends into this lot. On the Locust, it looks like Kimball Ave connects over, but actually they don't really. You can do it by foot. You would sort of hit the southernmost point of this lot here. It's it's just under 1.25 acres. It's a vacant lot right now. There had been a house on it. Aerials show that it was built sometime between 74 and 91, but then you guys approved to demo it. I think it was around 2011. So for the last 10 years or so, it's been vacant.
That was Bambi Malesko's house, for those of you that remember back that far.
And so to give you guys a little context, Esmeralda, did it come through the comparisons of the neighboring structures? Okay, so here we have, are we, Esmeralda, to do the water side comparison? So what we're asking for is here the fourth house down, but to give you guys a sense of the neighbors to the east and west, these are all exactly at the same scale. So the sort of, we're asking for a large house, but it's surrounded by pretty generous houses that are looking out at the water, most of which do have, quite a few ganged windows and doors. So I just wanted to, place it in context with everything that's happening around it. That's the water side of the adjoining houses. And then Esmeralda, the other page shows what you guys would consider the street elevation. Those are the neighboring street elevations. So then back to the overall site plan. We're proposing just over 3,000 square feet on the ground. And then second page, that's the top elevation is the one that you'd see from Heather. It's about 300 feet back from the road. That's the south. And then the west elevation is the direction facing Nantucket. And then if we scroll down one more, that's Esmeralda, to the next page is the water side. And then the east is back to town. The overall ridge height is 26 feet 11. Or it's a shingle style house. We're asking for wood roof, wood sidewall. It's all roof. All wood windows and doors throughout, nothing clad, white trim, white shutters. And we look forward to your comments.
Okay, this is not HSAB territory, I don't think, right? We're outside of that.
Correct, outside.
I'm certain of that. Yeah. Okay. So, hey, Sophie, one thing, I know the site pretty well, and there's like a tremendous amount of grade change from low up to where the bank is. And when you said, how tall did you say it was?
26 feet 11. So we have to keep it tall. So if you guys look at the site plan, we went to Concom, which if you scroll down, you can see the Concom. But if you zoom in to the site there, you see the parking area relative to where the house would sit. The parking area sits much lower.
Yeah.
So the landscape architect is coming in after this. I don't think they made the same application deadline, but I think that their plan right now, there's an 8-foot differential between, there's kind of a gully. So it's a very odd gully where this is saying future garage, but we're proposing that the house sit up at the same elevation as all the other houses on the cliff. We're not filling for the house. What we would be doing would be filling for the parking court and then kind of berming up so that you wouldn't have a foundation exposed on the front.
A foundation exposed on the front, meaning the south side.
Right. So yeah, the house doesn't.
Did we see that on your elevations? Oh, not a heck of a lot of foundation showing.
No, I'm saying, so the house, we're not filling to put the house in. The concept would be the house is kind of berming into the hill, because on the water side, the elevation isn't changing at all. But on the front side, which is where the parking is, it sits lower. So if we didn't put in fill, you would see foundation.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with that. Okay, I should ask, is there anybody that wants to speak on this application?
I do.
Well, no, I meant members of the public or anything
Yeah.
before I got to the board.
Thank you.
I'm going to take that as a no. So, John, you want to start?
Yes. It'll be
Okay,
short.
go ahead.
All right, could we go to the, what is that? Says you can't read it. Can you go up 3 notches, please?
Yeah, let's notch it up because I'd like John's comments to be brief because it is quarter of.
I'm sorry?
We're just running out of time, John, so I want them to bump it up so you could make your
Yeah,
comments.
thank you. Okay, front, okay, that's what it says. All right, front elevation, I find that the door should be changed from glass, more glass than wood. And the other is these crossbuck going across the roof walk and the other sides down the first floor where the front door is, using that type of crossbuck. There's not a lot of it around. It's that so strong. So could we go to the south, please? I'm sorry, the north.
Come on, John.
North, okay, I'm waiting for the back here. I can see it. Oh, there it is, north side, yeah. I think it's over fenestrated in the doors. 9 doors is over fenestration for that. Plus you got the cross bucks with the squares on the roof walk and the rest of it. So that's my complaints there. If I had a complaint, it would be that. Thank you.
You never complain. Val, you ready?
Yeah, I went up there and of course went on Kimball and got to the fence and couldn't go on to Heather.
Oh,
any
not in your
farther.
car, you can't. No.
No. And there are big houses there. I'm just concerned because I don't have the things that she showed us at the beginning of all the other houses to compare it with. With the house to the left of this, it looks like it's a much smaller, like 1.5 story and then 1 story wings.
So
But maybe
Val,
I'm wrong. I don't know.
the house immediately neighboring it is in this diagram, the one right above it. So I've written our ad in red, but it's 3 Heather Lane is what is right above it.
Okay. I think all in all, I'm good with it, except I do think maybe it's just the details. It seems like a lot, especially with the cross bucks and the spider web stuff. And I know you have to do that because of the
Code. Yeah.
it just seems a bit overwhelming. And I think if that was simplified, it would not seem so overwhelming. But the house in and of itself is beautiful.
Thank you, Val.
Okay.
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane.
Okay, first of all, it occurs to me when I saw a site plan that this house goes from sideline to sideline with not much going on, telescoping back again. The shutters on the front, I believe it's the front, are not right. They are, the shutters is the rule that we go by is that shutters have to be able to close the windows. Everything on the second floor that has shutters do not do that.
They
So
might
it's-
fold over.
Well, if they do, all she has to do is say they fold over.
They fold over.
I think that the front door, the panels of glass in the front door are too big. You going with the 6/1s that we see. I think that the roof walk is inappropriate with that. I just I don't think you could do it. I'd like to see more telescoping up there in Heather and at the end of Hinckley. The houses sort of have first floor things that go back and out, and the houses sort of creep around in the lot, and this does not. I think that the other houses on 3 Hinckley, 3 Heather, has a little more one-story additions to it. I would like to see it smaller and not go from sideline to sideline, because that, if you look at the other site plans, at least what I see here, do not do that. They don't go from sideline to sideline. So I'd like to see it smaller. There are lots of other things, but we're running out of time. So that's basically what comes to mind at this moment.
Thank you,
And
Diane.
not all mulled windows. It's I think that's the north elevation. I'm not sure, being I can't move it. But I believe it's the north elevation that has mulled windows, almost
A
all.
lot, yeah. A lot of
That's
them.
too much. And the next one down, what's the next one down? See all the mulled windows coming down the center, that those windows should be separated. They look like a rocket ship otherwise. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. Abby, did I miss you?
I can go. I agree with Diane about the lot line to lot line. I wish it wasn't quite so close to the neighbors. On the front of the house, which I guess is what we might see if we did get to go down that road. I would make those second floor windows just one picture window on either side and not have shutters. If we could look at the front of the house there, I guess it's the south. While we're getting the south elevation up, I think that spider web detail up in the roof walk is too much. I don't mind it down below. But you see those picture windows you have in the top gables? I would make those picture windows without shutters. And did I say everything? Just a simple roof walk balustrade up there. Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay. Did I get everybody? Val, Abby, Diane, John? I believe so.
Yep.
Did you say nope?
You.
No, I said,
haven't
yep,
heard
I
from
said
you.
it was beautiful.
Yeah, okay. So I agree. It's a very attractive house. I think that it's got like too much going on. So to Abby's point about the simplification, Diane's point about the less gang windows and less fenestration facing north in particular. Yeah, I think it's a really handsome design, and I'd like to just see some of the details simplified. That's kind of the essence of where I am.
For minuscule renovations. I mean revisions.
Revisions. Okay. Thanks. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot one thing. That is, Sophie, could you do some sections through the site to show how you're going to deal with the grading issue?
Yes, absolutely.
Like we see it in the topo form, which gives us part of the picture, but it's much, much easier for this board to be able to easily get like a grasp. You know, the previous application, the Hutton and Smith, they showed existing and proposed grade. I would love for you to do that on particularly the east and the west elevations to show a dash line where existing grade is versus proposed. Okay. So I would like to see that as part of the revisions. So Abby has made a motion to hold for revisions. On that motion, Val?
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, John,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries.
Thank you guys very much.
All right, thank you, Sophie. Do we want to try one more?
We can try doing the minutes and adjourning. I bet we could get that done.
Well, yeah, we could. Do we want to call it a night?
Here, here.
I'm hungry.
We only
Okay,
have 7
okay. Oh,
minutes.
gosh. It's mutiny. Mutiny.
We only have 7 minutes and we probably have some minutes. We haven't done those. in
Mine's a
ages.
quick one.
Okay.
Oh,
Is it a quick one?
It's a very quick one. It's
Come
just
on
curbing.
now. All right.
It is quick.
Hey,
It's quick.
Look, Lindsay's been waiting all this time. Let's just do
Okay.
that, okay? Okay, so go.
So we're just requesting curbing to connect to the neighbors, which was just recently installed at 4 Holbert Ave, which we did, and it was approved by you guys. And so we're just proposing continuing it to this property, which we installed, I think, last year.
What kind of
The house
curbing?
across the street already has curbing, so I think it's continuing with what's already been approved.
Okay, so far I don't see any curbing. I just see dirt.
Yeah, so that's the house that we're at now. That's 2 Holbert. That's the
Right.
house where we want to add it.
So show us
house,
where it
if
is.
you're looking at where the parking area is, the house to the left of it is the one that was just built and just installed just this past season.
We have a
You're gonna-
picture of
you're gonna
that.
show us, right?
No, we just gave you photos of our existing structure.
No, come on, man.
Oh,
Show us-
man.
show
But
us
it
what-
should be
Not
fresh in your
short.
memory. You just approved it last year.
Not short.
What's
It
that?
could have been,
Sorry,
it could have
Lindsay.
been short and sweet if you had put.
I know,
photographs of
like-
the
Oh, come on,
curbing.
man. It's easy.
No, if you had,
We're going on trust and all that, which, we've learned not to trust you, Lindsay.
Out the
And so-
door.
Whoa, easy.
I'm kidding.
Easy.
I'm definitely kidding, you guys. But listen, the landscape stuff in particular should definitely have photos. If you're saying I'm continuing the stuff that's in the next door lot, show us the next door lot. 'cause
I
we don't
will
remember
take
those.
pictures tomorrow morning.
duh.
Okay.
But
Okay,
so
so
what we
we'll
could
see
do
this
is we could push this
Thursday.
over to Thursday. I could
We're
get
gonna
you
put it
photos
over,
in the
we'll put it over
meantime.
we'll put it over to Thursday, okay?
Okay.
But get us those photos, because we really, we've learned just to be super jaundiced in this job that we have.
No, I got it.
Okay, so
All right, we'll do
we're gonna hold for some photographs, okay? And for review, you'll be up first thing on Thursday, okay?
And
Awesome.
HSAB
Thank you
comments
very
for your
much.
consideration. too.
Oh, 8 sab comments, exactly, thank you. So let's hold this. Can somebody make a motion to hold for Thursday?
You got it.
Oh, so make a motion to hold.
All right, thanks, Diane. On that
You
motion,
wanna
Abby.
listen to those tonight? Okay.
No.
Abby,
aye.
Val,
Yeah.
John,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay,
Awesome.
now we
Thank
can
you.
get to some minutes.
Motion to
Okay?
adjourn.
No.
February 8th and 10th, please.
Everybody on
Motion to
board?
approve February 8th and something and 10th.
Yep.
Must have been a 9.
That's no, just 2, February 8th and February 10th. So that was your motion, right, Abby?
Oui.
All right. Val on the motion,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
John.
Repeat the motion, please, Ray.
Is to approve the minutes.
Minutes, yes.
Yeah, that was an aye. Okay, I think you're allowed to say yes too. And who made the motion to?
I did.
Okay, Abby on your motion.
Said yawningly.
Yeah,
Motion
we're
to
almost there. And Abby, you're good on your motion and I am too.
Yes.
So the minutes are approved. Hey, John,
Yes,
can you do me a favor?
yes.
You know what it is?
Huh?
You know
Motion
what
to
the
adjourn.
favor? That's it. Okay, so John has made a motion to adjourn. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
she says tiredly.
No,
Abby,
I'm aggravated.
oh, come on. Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
And John on your motion.
Aye.
There we go. And I'm in favor too. Hey, thanks, everyone. See you on
Hey.
Thursday.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Thank you, staff. Bye-bye.
Thank you, thank you.